Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in for another live edition of Kevin's Biblical Discussions. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you do enjoy the content. Tonight, I'm going to be talking with my friend CJ Cox, who is a 5-point Calvinist, and I strongly disagree with him, and I think this is a very important discussion. And as much as I disagree with him, and a lot of people that come to my channel also would disagree with him, I would ask that you please be respectful to each other in the comment section, in the side chat, to me, and also to my guest. Okay, I don't want people trying to, dogpile and beat up on CJ. Please be respectful to him. He's a human being. He has feelings just like the rest of us, okay? No one wants to be ganged up on all the time. All right, I don't care if he's a Calvinist or not. He's dead wrong, right? His position is absolute garbage. But he is a friend, and I still consider him a brother in Christ. So please treat him with some respect. I don't have anything future planned. I might do a Bible study next week, but we'll see. So I'm going to add our guest. And there is CJ. Welcome to the stream, CJ. Thank you for being here, man.
Absolutely, and thank you for having me. Shalom to everybody in the live chat as well as to you. Appreciate the introduction. I really did mean what I said in the video about how did I put it? The friendships being strengthened by being blunt. So I appreciate that. It seems that you have taken that to heart, because it really is true, right? There's no reason why, if you actually are friends with people, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to say exactly what you mean, unless it's malicious, of course, in which case you're not really being friendly. So, right. So yeah, I know, I appreciate that, and yeah, happy to have you here. I see Kelby. What's up, Kelby? And everybody else.
My man, Kelby Quayo. Yes, sir.
What is Christian soda? You mean Christian salt? Is that what it is? Like the salt of the earth kind of thing? I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know. And then we got this guy next. This guy is weird. He's spamming about NDEs or something. I don't know.
He actually posted on my video critiquing your video, and he was saying the same thing. He said near-death experiences falsify Calvinism, and when I asked him to prove it, he said, well, if somebody is told personally by God during an NDE, and I was like, oh, okay, so this is what we're dealing with. I mean, I just asked you to verify that, because I just don't buy the argument, and, whatever, if he had some kind of experience that was very impactful to him, I'm not saying it wasn't necessarily a good thing or God or what have you. I'm just saying, like, it's like me saying, I flew today. And then if you say, well, I don't believe you, it's like, well, you just gotta trust me, bro. Yeah. So, well, right. I don't. So
yeah.
Anyway, so thank you for having me again. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, no worries, man. So the topic of tonight's discussion is, how can God be whole? I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. How can God be holy if determinism is true? And so that is the main thesis of tonight's discussion. But before we get into that, I was wondering, well, first of all, I wanted to say, I appreciate you watching the response video I did with Graham. And I know that, because you're not particularly a fan of Graham at the moment. But I hope it wasn't insufferable, because before we did the recording, I told him, I'm like, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your fellowship. You're a good friend. I love Graham. We talk all the time. But I was like, you can't do the name calling, and you have to try to be respectful to CJ. Are you able to do that? And he's like, Kevin, I will try my best to just deal with the arguments. And so I hope it wasn't insufferable for you to watch.
Well, I'll say this much. That definitely did come through, because he didn't use any of the name calling. And I think he even started it off with an apology.
Yes.
Kinda. I mean, it was not, I don't want to say kind of, because I don't want to diminish it. It was something that I've accused him of never doing, and he did it. So I want to give credit where credit is due. He said, I'm sure I've gone overboard, and I'm sorry about that. And so I did. I actually thought that was pretty cool, because I wasn't lying when I said I'd never seen Graham do that. If he had done it before, I just didn't know about it. And now I've seen it, and I can never say again I haven't seen it. So, Graham, if you're listening, that was cool of you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
and
sir.
For the record, I can get particularly nasty myself. So I will say likewise, I'm sorry about that.
Well, so can I. It just takes more to set me off, but when I get going, it's bad, man.
Well, and
that's only happened a few times online, and I'm very ashamed of when it has happened. It hasn't happened on my channel, but it's happened on other channels, and it's not good. I don't like that.
Yeah, and I hear that because, like, I remember once it was actually in a back and forth with Graham where I started basically trolling, and the only thing of substance I did say was insulting, and beyond that, it was just a bunch of trolling. And the whole idea was in my own head, it was like, okay, well, I feel like you're getting X level of nasty with me, so now I got to one up whatever it is that you're doing and make sure that I'm the more abrasive human, just to prove that I can. And that's obviously not a very Christian way to go about things. So that was I actually had a little bit. Nick, believe it or not, had talked to me about that. Said it's probably an example of letting the temper fly off. Which, luckily, since I've been saved, that has gotten lowered over time. But it is an issue that, especially before being saved and as a teenager, was a problem. I mean, it got me arrested a couple times. So, it's not. Anyway, the point is, I don't want to give a bunch of people a bunch of ammunition or anything, right? But the point is just to say, I know I've flown off the rails before, and in the spirit of reconciliation that Graham opened, not me, he deserves the credit there. I will say that an apology is due on the other side as well. That doesn't necessarily change anything as far as the mentality that we have around each other at the moment, but it is, credit where credit is due, and apologies where apologies are needed.
Right. And, there's always a first step, and you have to be willing to admit that you made a mistake too. You can't just put all the blame on one party. And so in my opinion, that's part of being a man, is taking responsibility for your actions, right? Because you ever seen, like, it's a little off topic, but I've subscribed to some courtroom channels on YouTube, and they show like some of these cases because they live stream a lot of the court cases on Zoom. And sometimes you get these guys that just sit there and they make every excuse, like, as dumb as it may sound, they make any excuse as to why they missed their probation date or why they didn't take a drug test, and it's like, dude, just own up to your actions. The judge might actually have mercy on you if you just are honest. Like, why are you trying to BS the judge? And then they drop the hammer on him. It's like, that's what you get, you moron.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I was just mentioning while we're on this, because I know we're going to jump to the actual topic here in a moment.
Yes.
Like I said, I wasn't just a rambunctious or rebellious teenager. I was a criminal teenager. And that was one of the very first things, because I actually got saved in juvie. And that was one of the very first things that I, as a result of that, started to do is, realize, like, hey, I'm actually legitimately in the wrong here. Like, I was caught for doing. Now, to be fair, in the particular court case that I'm speaking of, the actual crime in question was marijuana charge, and I still kind of believe that the marijuana charges shouldn't result in like incarceration. Actually, that's a whole topic into of itself, but it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But I was a kid, and even if it's legal as a kid, it's still not legal for you. And even if you think it should be legal, or you think it should be decriminalized, or you think it maybe should be illegal but not result in whatever your opinions is, the fact is it wasn't, and it broke the law. You know what I mean? So, like, you can sit there and try to make a political point with the judge, but that's not really what he's interested in. He's interested in if you broke the law, and the fact is I did. That was one of those things where it's like, hey man, I did do it. Whatever you feel is necessary is what I'm going to get. And according to the laws of the state of Idaho, I deserve it. So, I'm not going to fight any of this way. And he said, okay, I like that. I'm going to go ahead and give you a second chance here, which ended up being like 2 years of probation. It was, it was still pretty bad, but it wasn't, spending 6 months in juvie. So, yeah. Anyways, we're way off topic, but I'm done with my anecdotes, I swear.
No worries. So before we get into the exact topic of, how can God be holy under a deterministic worldview, do you mind if we spend a few minutes talking about Isaiah 45:7?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to just read the verse for the chat, and then I actually want to show you some Calvinistic sources that would agree with my understanding of it. And I'm hoping that once you see this, it will encourage you to change your mind on the verse. So let me share the screen and put the verse up first of all. All right. So this is Isaiah 45. I'll start at 6, that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is no one else. I form the light, I create darkness, I make peace, and I create, and the King James says, evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And it's my argument that this isn't talking about moral evil. And I've gone through reasons why that is, and I'm sure you've already heard those reasons, so I'm not going to rehash them here. But I want to share a few articles with you. First, I'm going to share an article from John MacArthur from Grace to You. And let me make this big so everyone can see that. Okay. All right, so this is from John MacArthur's website, gracetoyou.org. It says, if God is sovereign, is he responsible for evil? John MacArthur says, no. Scripture says that when God finished his creation, he saw everything and declared it was very good. In Genesis 1:31, many scriptures affirm that God is not the author of evil and cannot be tempted by evil, and he himself does not tempt any man. James 1:13. God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. God is not the author of confusion. 1 Corinthians 14:33. And if that is true, he cannot be in any way the author of evil, John MacArthur says. Occasionally, someone will quote Isaiah 45:7 in the King James Version and claim it proves that God made evil as a part of his creation. I form the light and I create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things. But the New American Standard Bible gives the sense in Isaiah 45:6-7 more clearly. There is no one besides me. I am the Lord, and there is no other. The one forming light and creating darkness, causing well-being and creating calamity. I am the Lord who does all these things. In other words, God devises calamity as a judgment for the wicked, but in no sense is he the author of evil. Okay? And John MacArthur goes on, and I actually agree with John MacArthur here. Now I'm going to share another Calvinist source.
Well, can I briefly just add one thing on that? It is important to note in that same article that MacArthur, because I ended up reading the Slick article after I watched your video today while I was on my break. I think Slick is a little bit more consistent in this regard, because MacArthur does say later on in that same article that there is a sense in which it is proper to say evil is part of his eternal decree, and that he declared it from the beginning. So
okay,
I think
that's fine, but that's a different issue, though. That's a different issue. That's fine. I would disagree with him, but we're talking about God creating moral evil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I think in that article, MacArthur is a little bit contradictory, because he's saying on one end, no, and he even used the same argument you used about it's not a substance, it doesn't need to be created, that kind of thing, right? But then he's also saying that he declared it, and I'll get to what exactly I mean there in a minute. But okay. I had this criticism in our video that we'll get to, where I said, by that same logic, God can't create a lot of things because they're not physical, they don't have substance, and therefore they don't exist in that substantial sense, right? And suffice it to say, my point in bringing that up, which again we'll be able to get to in a little bit, is to say either I'm being consistent, and the Calvinists who are on my side of this are being consistent when we say something along the lines of, like, when we're using create and declare, we're using them there somewhat interchangeably, right? Because you can't create peace either, at least not in a physical, material sense. So either that's consistent in that we're using the word create not in the sense that he created a physical substance, but in the sense that he has somehow declared it, determined it, so on and so forth, sovereign over it, or that's not a legitimate way to understand the word create, in which case it doesn't make any sense for us to say God creates peace either, or dark for that matter, because dark is not a substance. Dark is simply the absence of light, and he says the same in that. So that's the only reason I point out the inconsistency there on MacArthur's part, is I think he's saying the same thing I'm saying while agreeing with you on Isaiah 45:7. You know what I mean? Whereas somebody like Slick, I think, probably is more in line with what you're saying than what I'm saying.
He was my next source I was going to pull up. Actually, it was Matt Slick.
Yeah, because you mentioned that in your video, so I decided to read that in my earlier today on my break. Go ahead, though. Sorry.
So I actually pulled up an article from his website because I haven't read it before. But the reason why I knew his position on that is because I've actually had a conversation with him on this very passage before. Because, dealing with people like Nicholas, where Nicholas was saying, yes, God creates evil. And I was asking Matt Slick about this, is like, is this what you Reformed people actually believe? And Matt Slick said, absolutely not. If someone's saying they're a Calvinist and they believe that, I would call them a slime ball Calvinist, and they need to be rebuked. And I said, oh, okay. And then he went on explaining how it's talking about not moral, but natural disaster and God bringing circumstances as a form of judgment. And he went over, and it was a nice conversation. We didn't really get back and forth. I just let him talk, and he was just explaining his idea on this verse. But yes, and there's also in eSword, I have Calvinist commentaries that would also agree with me from Calvinists. So, I mean, we can go through all these sources if you want, but I'm just saying that if you're going to hold to the position you have, CJ, you're pretty much on an island by yourself, man. Like, because even Calvinist sources are disagreeing with you. So, all right, here's an article from carm.org. This is Matt Slick's website. Matt Slick is a 5-point Calvinist. Does God create evil? By Matt Slick, December 1st, 2008. Does God create evil? In Isaiah 45:7 and Amos 3:6. No, God does not create ontological evil. He creates calamity, which is sometimes translated as evil, Matt Slick says. Isaiah 45:7 in the King James Version says, I form light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Amos 3:6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord hath not done it? Is God really the one who creates evil? To answer the question, we must first look at how the word evil, ra, is used in the Bible and examine the context of Isaiah 45:7 passage and look at other passages on the same subject. Excuse me. First of all, the Hebrew word evil, ra, is used in many different ways in the Bible. In the King James Version, it occurs 663 times. 431 times it's translated as evil. The other 230 times it's translated as wicked, bad, hurt, harm, ill, sorrow, mischief, displeased, adversity, affliction, trouble, calamity, grievous, misery, and trouble. So we can see that the word does not require that it has to be translated as evil. This is why the different Bible translations translate this verse differently. It is translated as calamity by the NASB and the New King James, disaster by the NIV, woe by the RSV. Second, the context of the verse is speaking of natural phenomena. Quote, I am the Lord, and there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. I will gird you, though you have not known me. The men may know that there is a rising and the setting of the sun, that there is no one beside me. I am the Lord, and no one other. The one forming the light and creating darkness, causing well-being and creating calamity. I am the Lord who does these things. Isaiah 45:5-7. Notice that the context of the verse is dealing with who God is. That is God who speaks of natural phenomenon, sun, light, dark, and is God who is able to cause well-being as well as calamity. Contextually, the verse is dealing with natural disasters and human comfort issues. It is not speaking of moral evil, rather it's dealing with calamity, distress, etc. This is consistent with other scriptures. For example, and the Lord said to him, who has made man's mouth, or who makes him dumb or deaf or seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Exodus 4:11. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it? Amos 3:6. Also take note that in Isaiah is presenting contrasts. He speaks of light and darkness, well-being and calamity. The word well-being in Hebrew is the word peace, shalom. So in the context, we are seeing two sets of opposites, light and dark, peace and non-peace, or well-being and calamity. The evil, in quotes here, that is spoken of is not ontological evil, but the evil experienced by people in the form of calamity. From the two above verses, Exodus 4:11 and Amos 3:6, we see that the Lord is involved in calamity and problems in the earthly realm. Exodus 4:11 is speaking of human frailty, and Amos 3:6 is speaking of woe in a city. It is not of moral evil that God brings, but calamity and distress upon people. Of course, this raises other questions of why God would do such a thing, which I won't cover here, but we can trust that whatever God does is just and used for teaching, guiding, disciplining people, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, so that was Matt Slick, right? Completely agree with that. And then I got one more.
You're good.
Yeah. Where is it? Here we go. So this is from gotquestions.org, which is a Calvinist-leaning website. Why does Isaiah 45:7 say that God created evil? The prophet foresees God calling and anointing King Cyrus of Persia to be his chosen instrument to subdue nations, namely Babylon, for the sake of his people Israel. Cyrus, who was not yet born at the time of the prophecy, did not know the Lord or even acknowledge his existence, making him an unlikely choice to be God's anointed. The pick of Cyrus proved to be more that God is sovereign and in control of all things and people. Now, I agree with that, but what the author of this article probably means by sovereign, I would disagree with. But anyway, that's a different topic. There is none beside me. I am the Lord, there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isaiah 45:6-7. If everything God created was good in Genesis 1:31, 1 Timothy 4:4, James 1:17, why does Isaiah 45 say that God creates evil? The Hebrew word translated evil, ra, in the King James Version, has two applications in the Bible. The term can be used in the sense of moral evil, such as wickedness and sin, or it can refer to harmful natural events like calamity, misfortune, adversity, affliction, or disaster. It is in the second sense that Isaiah speaks, and his meaning is reflected in most modern Bible translations. I make success and create disaster, the HCSB, whatever translation that is. I make well-being and create calamity, the ESV. I send good times and bad times, New Living Translation. God does not create moral evil. For one thing, moral evil is not a thing to be made, but a choice or intent, contrary to God's good purposes. Right, I agree. His holy character and his law. Moral evil does not conform to God and his will. God is good, holy, and loving. Therefore, his plans and purpose are good, holy, and loving. A ruler of the universe, God sometimes creates calamity to accomplish his will. He brought disaster to discipline his people when they turned their backs on him and refused to repent in Jeremiah 18:17. And he promised to bring calamity to Babylon through Cyrus for the sake of his chosen people to restore them to their homeland and rebuild the ruined cities. As the sovereign king over all the earthly kings, God can make light or darkness and create peace or calamity. He can use Cyrus as his agent of redemption and peace for Israel as the bringer of calamity upon Babylon. God moved beyond the boundaries of Israel, selecting well, you get the sense here, okay? I'm not going to read the rest of it, but he's essentially agreeing with me. It's so moral evil is not something that has to be created. It's just a decision. It's a choice to do opposite of what God wants. Okay, so CJ, if it is necessary, I will also go to commentaries from Calvinists that I have in eSword if you need further demonstration, because in your video you said that all Calvinists would agree with me on this point, and I'm showing you that every Calvinist I can find would disagree with you on this point. So is what I've shown you good enough to convince you otherwise to change your mind on this, not on Calvinism as a whole, but on this point that God creates moral evil?
Well, let me point out a couple things. So first off, I will acknowledge that when I had said there, as far as the every Calvinist comment, that is false. There are a couple who were in mind, but nevertheless, as you know, you brought up the Slick, and I read that one. When I read that one, that's also when I read the John MacArthur. So a few of those did come up today, and I definitely misspoke. Not misspoke in the sense that I meant something else, but that was a incorrect thing to say, is what I'm trying to say. So I'll acknowledge that out the gate. With that being said, I think there's a couple of problems here still. And I still think that the view that I'm trying to lay forward is the correct one for a couple of reasons. So number one, when we are discussing this, like I said earlier, you say, you know, and a couple of these articles said the same, God doesn't need to create moral evil because it's not a thing. And I think that misunderstands at least what I, and probably what, even if they don't use Isaiah 45:7, it is true that all Calvinists agree God has determined all evil, right? That's
but that's a side issue, though.
Right, but let me tell you why I think it's important in this regard. Because the declaration, the determining, the predestining, all that other kind of stuff, right? How do I want to word this? So, well, here, I know exactly how I can word it. We'll use the inverse, right? What does it mean to say God creates peace, do you think? Because peace isn't a substance either, right? It doesn't have physical existence in that regard. It's not a material. So in what way can it be said that God creates peace?
I think it means that he brings peace.
Exactly. Exactly. Or you could use that another way and say he determines, decrees, he enacts, maybe you could say, peace, right? And this is why I said John MacArthur, I think, is being inconsistent here, because if that's true of peace, which is the other non-substance thing here, then that's the very same thing Calvinists are claiming about evil, right? It's not that God is somehow creating this thing that has physical substance and atoms and a pH level and all this other kind of stuff, right? We're saying that God has brought it about deliberately, right? Because it's some way it fulfills his holy purposes. And if we've granted that as an argument, if it's true that God can create evil in that sense, which is the self-same sense he creates peace, then all of those arguments all of a sudden fall apart, because you now are no longer using the word create in that strictly literal sense, which I don't think, at least I don't know this for a fact, but any of the Calvinists who use Isaiah 45:7, I would be shocked if they believe God created evil in a substantive sense, right? So that's the first point I would want to point out there is I think if we are understanding create in this instance to mean determine or decree or bring about or enact, all those different things which the Calvinists are claiming about evil, rather than using the word create to mean literally create, which I think we have to do because that's the self-same way God creates peace. And for the record, it's the same way God creates darkness as well, because darkness is not a physical thing either. Then I don't think any of those arguments end up working if that can be granted. The second problem, and I'll go ahead and quote a different commentary, one from the one whose name is attached to Calvinism, John Calvin. And he says something that I think you might initially think agrees with you, but as we continue to go forward, you can see very quickly that it in fact does not, right? So he says, he describes metaphorically not only peace and war, but adverse and prosperous events of any kind, and he extends the word peace, according to the custom of Hebrew writers, to all success and prosperity. This is made abundantly clear by the contrast, for he contrasts peace not only with war, but adverse events of every sort. Now, this is the part that I think it would, if we don't listen to the full context, you might think this is agreeing with somebody who is not a Calvinist over and against myself, or maybe even some of these other Calvinists, right? He says, fanatics torture this word evil as if God were the author of evil, that is, of sin, but it is very obvious how ridiculously they abuse the passage of the prophet. This is sufficiently explained by the contrast, the parts of which we must agree with each other, for he contrasts peace with evil, that is, with afflictions, wars, and other adverse occurrences. If he contrasted righteousness with evil, there would be plausibility in their reasoning, but this is a manifest contrast of things that are opposite to each other. Consequently, we ought not to reject the ordinary distinction that God is the author of the evil of punishment, but not of the evil of guilt. But the sophists, now this is where I say it's important to get the whole context, but the sophists are wrong in their exposition also. For while they acknowledge that famine, barrenness, war, pestilence, and other scourges come from God, they deny that God is the author of such calamities, and they befall us through the agency of men. This is false and altogether contrary to the present doctrine. So notice he's using this word calamity, but he's using it in a way that encompasses more than simply what is being discussed by, I think, your modern non-Calvinist, right? Typically, when somebody says calamity, they're referring to something like natural disaster. Natural evil, I've heard Frank Turek say. I've never heard you say that, but I believe I heard you say natural disaster in your video. Correct me if I'm wrong. The way Calvin uses it is he's saying adverse events of any sort. And he says, when we say he's not the author of sin, we're saying he's not the author of evil in the sense that he's guilty, that he's responsible, right? which I think is an important distinction to be made considering the existence of secondary and primary causes within our theology. God is the primary cause, but he's not the secondary cause, which is the direct cause for those who might be confused. I know secondary sounds like it's less important. Secondary is actually secondary chronologically speaking. So that's the direct cause. The primary cause is the overall ultimate cause of everything. You could think of it as the first domino, if you like, or the mother who births the child. The child then is the direct cause of his own actions, and so on and so forth. Those are other examples of direct causology or secondary causology. Anyways, my point there is just to say, I think Calvin there has it right when he's saying the word ra'ah here is meant to refer to adverse effects of any kind, right? And that would include things like war. That would include things like the nation descending into madness and sin, a la Romans 1. Right? And bear in mind, here's another thing I want to add when we're talking about this. You think about something like war itself. I noticed that a lot of those passages, and you yourself have agreed, that Cyrus is being used as an instrument of God's wrath, and that God does sometimes use nations as an instrument of God's wrath. But consider what we're saying when we say that. Like, the Assyrians were not God-fearing people. It's not as if they were obeying rules of war, or even the Joshua rules of war, which are still fairly brutal, but they don't include things like torture and rape and things of that nature, right? Now, the Assyrians and the Babylonians and the Persians, they took trophy wives who did not have choice in the matter. They would dash babies against rocks, as we see in Hosea 13:16. They would rip pregnant women open and make men eat their own feces. And this is all laid out very clearly, not only in the Bible, but in the historical record. So if we're already going that far to say, okay, yeah, God has created, in whatever sense Isaiah is laying it out, that those brutal, heinous, clearly sinful actions of war, as well as other such calamities, then I don't actually understand what we're debating about. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like, oh, no, it's cool if God determines evil so long as the people he determines it against are themselves being wicked and therefore judged. And I find that to be very bizarre, to be honest with you. I think it's weird that if I were to go assault some woman right now, that would be considered bad, and no, God can't determine that. But if I assaulted some woman and it was revealed that was God's judgment against her, all of the sudden God's out off the hook for determining that because of the judgment, right? Like, I still assaulted a woman. I was still in sin for doing it, regardless of whether or not I was fulfilling a judgment on God's part, or if I was just doing it because I have my own free will and I decided to do so, right? So I think there's a couple things there that are being missed. I think the word ra'ah in the Hebrew is deliberately broad, by which I mean it can refer to virtually any sort of, like Calvin says, virtually any sort of adverse effect one can think of, which is not only limited to natural disaster, but would include war, would include the kinds of things that happen in a Romans 1 society, would include tyrants, who go out and torture their own people and stuff like that, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So my response, CJ, is there is no issue. Right? God is an infinite, all-powerful, all-knowing being. Now, you watched the video. You saw the example I gave in the video of a burglar, a hypothetical burglar that lives in the area. And I have a possession in my house that he's covetous over, that he wants. God had been dealing with this man, trying to bring him to repentance on this issue of covetousness and thief for 10 years. He's not listening. So as a form of judgment, God makes a way so it's possible for him to get in my house. And when he comes in my house, I blow his knee off with a shotgun. Now, did God have to determine that I would blow his knee off with a shotgun, or is it that God knew that's what I would do if he came into my house? And so God set up circumstances in a way that allowed for this to play out. So God didn't have to force my hand to pull out a shotgun and blow his knee off. He knew in advance that if this were to happen, this circumstance, if some stranger were to come into my home, this is how I would respond. And so if you want to use the word determined, if you will, that's how God set this up. Okay, so God's not responsible for the man's theft. Because it didn't originate with God, God's been dealing with him to repent, he's refusing. So as a form of judgment, God's like, okay, you want to keep stealing? Go ahead. Go into the house. And I'm going to blow his kneecap off. God didn't determine for me to pick up the gun. God didn't put the thought in my head to blow off his knee. God didn't put the thought in the other guy's head to go out and steal. Okay, and the same thing works with biblical examples. God,
sorry, I thought you were going to go ahead.
So, like you were talking about the judgment, where a group of people would come against Israel because they weren't following God, they weren't listening. God did not have to determine their choices to rape, pillage, and kill. God knew that if they were given the chance, that's what they would do. So what God did is he removed the restraint that was preventing it and just allowed them to act on how they would do anyway, as a form of judgment. So God wasn't the author of their evil. He allowed it to happen as a form of judgment. Do you see the difference there of how one position saying, well, no, God put the thoughts in their head to make them want to do that, versus God knowing that's how they would behave, and he removed the restraint to allow it. You see how one position preserves the holiness of God while the other position takes it away from the holiness of God?
Well, I to be frank, I don't. And let me explain why. First off, with the example of the thievery, it's much more akin to the thief having somebody break into his house and blowing off his kneecap in that way. What I mean there is, if you defend your home, Scripture even talks about this in the law of Moses. It's not a crime. In fact, even if you kill him, it's not a crime, provided that it talks about it if it's daylight or not. I think that probably refers to the general idea of there being a sufficient way for you to not have to take his life, but I could be wrong about that. Nevertheless, you're not in sin for having done so. But what the Assyrians and the Babylonians and all these other groups do is sin. Right? They actually go out of their way to go into other people's land, conquer them, take them as slaves, rape their wives and daughters, and sometimes even boys, because certain cultures, especially pagan cultures, would do that, and dash babies and rip pregnant women and slaughter all the dogs. And you know what I mean? So, like, first off, you have that distinction where the thing that, whether we say God is determining or allowing, which I'll get to in a second, the thing which God is sending is sin. Whereas in your example where God allowed that to take place, you're not actually in sin for having shot the guy, right? So that's a distinction I think is important to make.
Sure.
Secondly, though, you've heard me say before, I don't see a pragmatic or practical difference between a being in God's position allowing these things and a being in God's position determining these things. And I've used the example of the lion, right? Now, I could take a lion, make him hungry, right? Not give him food for a week or so. I don't know how long lions go without food, but make him hungry. Take a zebra, put him in a little 4x4 cell, then put the lion in the cell. Now, I didn't actually determine, meaning I'm not in control of the lion. I didn't puppeteer him. Animals have some level of freedom of choice. It's not quite the same level as ours, but anybody who's ever owned a dog knows that the dog is capable. You can see it in their little heads. They're like, okay, do I want to take the risk of getting in trouble, or am I going to listen to master? I'm not sure. And you can kind of see them work it out for themselves. You know what I mean? The more intelligent the animal, the more cognitive free will they seem to possess, but obviously none of them to the level of us. I'm not controlling the lion. I'm not puppeteering the lion. I'm not taking away whatever cognition and consciousness he has. I'm simply setting up the circumstances in such a way that there is a 100% chance that zebra is going to die. He's going to be food, right? Now, if, on the other hand, I created some kind of device that allowed me to possess the lion and I personally killed the zebra, I don't really see how there's much of a difference between those two scenarios from an actual practical standpoint. I'm still the reason the zebra's dead. I still set it up. I still guaranteed it's going to happen. If you want to say I'm somehow less responsible, I guess I can agree, because I do accept secondary causation, but I'm still the cause of it happening. Like, it still originated with me in the sense that was my plan. That was my decree, if you will. And it ended up playing out exactly how I wanted it to play out. So I don't see how, if God allows the Assyrians to rape and pillage and torture the Israelites, or if he forces them to do so, or if there's some level of in between there, how that makes much of a difference. The fact is, he wanted it to happen. He ensured it happened. It, in fact, did happen. You see what I mean?
Can I point out something to you I think you're missing?
Sure.
Okay. So the analogy you just gave with the lion and the zebra, this is what's missing. The zebra has been in rebellion to God. God has been dealing with the zebra. The zebra refuses to repent. So God brings the hungry lion as a form of judgment. That's what you're missing.
But
it's not right. So, and also, could I point out, it was not God starving the lion. It's that the lion was hungry, and God set it up so that this hungry lion would find the zebra at this appropriate time. Because the zebra refused to repent, God brought a hungry lion against the zebra. Had the zebra repented, God would have prevented the lion from finding the zebra. That's what you're missing, is that God is just and holy. He's not capricious.
Right, but I think the interesting thing about that argument, my friend, is that's our argument. And what I mean by that is that's precisely what the Calvinist is always saying when we say, look, God has holy purposes for doing what he does, right? I agree that the Israelites are in sin here. I agree God is just in doing what he does. I'm simply pointing out we all have to accept, even if we're not Calvinists, even if we don't take a full-blown deterministic worldview, we all have to accept at the basic level, God absolutely determines some evil things and uses them for his holy purposes. And you pointed out well, you're not starving the lion. Well, consider this for a moment, and we'll ditch the lion and go back to Assyria itself so that we don't have to speak in metaphors. Not that I have a problem with the metaphor. I brought it up, obviously, but just to make it more poignant. What if it was that when Israel rebelled, Assyria was weak? Right? Like, so for example, when Jonah had gone to Nineveh, what if 10 years after that, Israel got rebellious? It wasn't until 40 years after that, if our biblical chronology is correct, that Assyria got militarily strong again. And then 30 years comes around and they're repentant again, right? So like God has to set that up, at least in such a way where the lion can't have food. Otherwise God, quote unquote, can't do what he's doing. Give you another great example, right? What if Assyria was not focused on that area of the world at the time? Like hypothetically, let's say that Hitler never declares war on the United States. Well, then the United States never goes to war with Hitler. We only go to war with Japan. You see what I mean? God hasn't ensured, now whether or not God ensured that, you might disagree on that, but nevertheless, you see the example. God hasn't ensured that there's war between those two. Therefore, we can't judge Germany because Germany made a different decision. And frankly, had it just been Russia and Britain versus Germany, Germany probably would have at least fought into a stalemate. Very same thing could happen here. What if Assyria is caught up trying to conquer the Arabian Peninsula? We know they wanted to. What if they're caught up trying to conquer Persia? We know that it was possible, right? They certainly had their eyes on Egypt. They attacked Egypt numerous times. So God has to set this up in such a way that Israel's rebellion is happening at the same time that Assyria can attack, wants to attack, and is not preoccupied with other things, is not currently holy at the moment. You see what I mean? Like, he's clearly got to be playing the cards here so that everybody gets the cards he wants. Otherwise, none of this works even on a conceptual level.
Well, if you mean by playing the cards is where God is controlling their thoughts and actions, I strongly disagree. I believe God is more sovereign than that.
I don't think he has to control their actions in order to be the determiner of it, though. Like I said,
well, okay, let me ask you this.
The lion,
did God have to? Sorry?
I was just saying, like I was saying with that scenario with the lion, I'm still the determiner of the zebra's death in that instance. I've still decreed that. I've still had complete meticulous control over that.
But that was calamity.
Guaranteed the result. But I didn't actually control the lion's thought.
Yeah, I mean? God, he brought judgment. That's calamity. That's judgment. That's not moral evil.
But the calamity is moral evil, though, right? The way they're doing it is by enacting moral evil.
Right. No, I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I'm just saying that God is not the author of moral evil. He
Right,
can
we
allow
agree.
moral evil to occur or bring the moral evil through another agent as a form of judgment, but the moral evil itself did not originate from God. He's
Right.
separate.
Sorry, I think I keep getting a little bit too excited here. But that's the point. Is we on the Calvinist side, at least most of us. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody, right? I figured that out today.
Yeah, thank you.
We tend to agree with that, right? The majority of Calvinists that I know, right, would agree with exactly that logic. God doesn't have to meticulously control in that sense in order to meticulously have his hand in everything and determine exactly that. And let me give you a quote, and I want to know if you agree with it. This will be a good way to split this hair that me and you are currently on, because there's a lot of agreement between us right now. R.C. Sproul famously said,
so in light of what was been shown, though, where in Isaiah 45 it's contrasted from peace to not peace, do you see how, at least within the context of this one verse, it's not talking about moral evil? Can you see that?
I would say strictly. I'll give you that. It is not strictly talking about moral evil, but I think moral evil is entailed. I would go with what Calvin said when he said it's adversity of adverse effects of any kind, which would be including but not limited to war, corruption, tyranny, things of that nature. But of course, could also mean natural disaster, famine, lack of prosperity, and so on.
Would you agree that in the immediate context of Isaiah 45, all it's talking about is the calamities that God has created or brings forth? So that it's in this passage specifically, it's not talking about moral evil. Like, for example, it's not talking about a lie. It's not talking about murder. It's not talking about blasphemy. It's not talking about idolatry. Those things, God isn't creating that. It's talking about some form of natural disaster that God is bringing forth.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't limit it just to natural disaster. Like I said, I think Calvin has it right when he says it is adverse effects of any kind. I think the immediate context of judgment there, which comes after, not before, right, is a war, which is obviously not a natural disaster.
CJ, let me ask you this, because I want to show you how illogical you're being on this thought here. What is a lie? Can you tell me what is it? What is a lie? Can you tell me? Let's start there. What is a lie?
A lie is the opposite of the truth, I guess. A deliberate attempt to skewer the truth, I think is what the dictionary defines it as. But
okay, and where does a lie occur or originate? Is it a thought first and then you act on it?
Yeah, I guess it'd have to be, right. Everything you do is a thought at first, and then it becomes a thought expressed.
Okay, so if let's say I did something bad, and someone caught me, and then instead of fessing up to what I've done, I lie and say, well, I didn't do that. Do you see how a lie isn't something that needs to be created? It's a thought, right? It's me rebelling, right? It's me doing opposite of what God said. It's not something that needs to be created. It's not made of atoms. It doesn't have substance to it. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thought, and I'm acting on an evil thought. So,
right, but that returns us to our previous issue, right? Let's just stick with. I was bringing up the peace example. But let's just stick with what you're trying to replace it with. Calamity is not a substance either, right? Adversity or misery or whichever word we'd like to use, even natural disaster doesn't necessarily have to be a substance, right? Famine is not a substance. A hurricane is, but famine is not a
actually substance. Technically it is. So if let's say the famine is a food shortage due to like extreme heat. The sun scorching the land, that is actual substance, because it's light particles, heat waves. Those are things that exist in reality that have an effect on other things in reality.
Wouldn't that apply to the lie? Like the mind that concocts the lie and the tongue which speaks it are just as physical, but the concept itself, the lie,
so a lie exists in the fact that it exists in your memory or like in your thoughts, but it's not something that's
It's not physical. It's not tangible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's exactly my point, right? So when we talk about a famine, the concept of war, adversity is a general thing, calamity is a general thing. These are not substances that need creation in the same sense. And this is the reason why
That's exactly my point. It
Right,
doesn't need to be created. Right.
but the verse says God creates them. We're
Right.
just
Which is
agreeing on
why
what-
my argument is it's not referring to moral evil.
But you just said that it can't refer to calamity either, because right? You just agreed with me that calamity is not a physical substance either, and therefore it doesn't need to be created.
Calamity in the exact context of the passage, it's talking about natural disasters.
Well, the exact context of the passage is talking about warfare. Actually, Cyrus is going out and attacking these nations, right?
Okay. So what brought forth this war?
I guess it depends on what perspective you're speaking of. Cyrus was
Right.
just looking to conquer nations.
Right. So it wasn't something that had no tangibility. Right. There's a reason why they're going to this war, and then the war, the thought to engage in a physical war occurred in the mind because of things that happen in reality.
Right. So let me. I think we gotta try and follow this in a very, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm not saying that you're slow or anything like that, but I think we need to follow it slowly, because I think if you realize what I'm saying, you'll realize that you actually just said my argument, the one you just said, right? So we have two events, right? We have a lie and we have a war. Okay. Now, in both instances, we are speaking about something that is not necessarily in and of itself tangible. War is a concept. You can be at war and never actually go to war. It's happened. Ireland and Denmark, I believe, Iceland and Denmark were at war for like 100 years. Nobody ever died. Nobody ever fought anybody. You know what I mean?
It wasn't a war.
Declared concept. They were at declared war and they never did anything about it. You know
I disagree, though. Then that's not a war. It's just a proclamation that there's going to be a war, but the war never happened. In order for there to actually be a war, there has to be two fighting parties.
But you can even ask yourself what concept, like we talk about trade wars. We can talk about wars of the mind, a debate, or a
that's a different kind of war, though.
Right? But this is my point, right? So the war itself is merely conceptual. It's an idea. War doesn't have physical substance. War is an idea about two nations attacking each other, or two persons attacking each other, or two ideas attacking each other. Much like a lie. A lie is an idea. It's a concept, right? Now, both of these are being mere concepts, being things that don't have tangible. You can't find the war atom. You can't find the lie atom, right? Both of these have physical result, and both of them originate from physical persons. You can take it a step further. Both of them are both part of the cause portion of the cause and effect, and part of the effect portion of the cause and effect. What do I mean by that? Well, something caused you to lie, and your lie has an effect. Something caused you to go to war, and your war has an effect, right? So in both instances, we have two somewhat nebulous concepts open to interpretation, which can and do ultimately result from physical things and have physical consequences, but which they themselves are not physical. They're not tangible. They're not, excuse me. Like I said, there's no war atom. There's no lie atom, right? Now back to Isaiah 45:7. If both of those things are true, then if you say God cannot create lie, moral evil, because it's not a physical substance, by that same logic, we cannot say God creates calamity either, because calamity is also not a physical substance. And in any way you say it is a physical substance, I can also say a lie is a physical substance. You can say it originates with a physical person, but so does any sort of human-based calamity. You can say it has physical effect, but so can moral evil. You see what I'm saying? So like both of these, and this is why I'd use the concept of peace before it, right? Of the four things God says he creates in Isaiah 45:7, one of them has tangibility. It's light. Darkness, peace, and whatever Ra'ah is don't have any physical properties to them. But he says he creates them. So if we're going to say God can't create moral evil in the sense that we're using the word create here, of course, because it's not a physical substance, well, then he can't create peace, he can't create calamity, he can't create dark, because none of those are physical substances. You see what I'm saying now?
No, because okay, so the calamity. Let's say a form of calamity would be arthritis. Okay, so calamity is just a word to describe something that brings discomfort. So a form of calamity could be arthritis. So let's say that there's a man, that God had been dealing with, and this man is not listening. So as a form of judgment, God brings arthritis to one of his joints. Arthritis exists. You can see arthritis on an x-ray machine. Like, it's a form of calamity. Just like blindness. God can send blindness where you lose sight in your eye. That's a form of calamity. So I don't think your argument is good.
If I could think of a moral evil that physically existed, would that perhaps help you more?
A moral evil that physically exists.
Yes.
There is no such thing, because moral evils are decisions that people make.
If that's true, why does God want us to destroy the idols? Why? I mean, if we're not worshiping them, they don't do anything, right?
Why does God want why did he order the Israelites to destroy the idols? Because
what's wrong with them having a statue of Poseidon? They don't worship Poseidon, so they're not committing the sin.
Because it could be infectious, because people can be drawn or lured into this idea of worshiping a false god because there's a visible idol of a false god.
So there you go. The visible idol itself is a problem.
It can be, but the problem is the heart, the condition of the person that's willing to do this deed.
I can accept that wholeheartedly, and you still just made my point, because we're in both instances.
Okay, let me put it
calamity or sin.
Hold on.
We're talking about something that can be physical, but for the most part is nebulous. For the most part, it's non-tangible. Famine isn't a thing that exists. Famine is a thing that occurs, or it's an event that occurs, you should say, right? It's not a substance. There's no famine molecule. There's no famine atoms. You can't find famine on a periodic table. You can't give me a jar of famine. You know what I mean? It's not a physical thing. But if it's not a physical thing, then God creating calamity in that sense is just as absurd as God creating sin in that sense. You see, like, we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't say God can create some
wrong.
Concepts, but not others.
I showed you how famine is real. I showed you how famine is tangible.
No, you showed me how famine is tangible in the exact same way that a lie is tangible.
Okay, if the sun did not scorch the crops, would there be famine?
There could be. There's a lot of ways famine can happen.
Well, sure, there's a lot of ways it can happen. It could be an insect infestation where you have like locusts or something eating your crops. But again, that's something that had to be created. The bug had to be created in order to eat the crops.
So now, fair to say your underlying logic there is the famine would not happen unless something physical occurred. Is that your argument?
Correct.
Okay. How do you have a lie without a physical mind to lie?
Because the mind is not physical, it's spiritual.
Well, first off, that's an open concept in and of itself. A lot of people would disagree with that.
Well, the brain is physical, and I believe the mind, which is your soul, processes your thoughts and things through the physical brain. But the mind itself is not material, it's spiritual.
Yeah, again, so that's an open debate. I won't get into that because there's no point, and me and you might end up kind of agreeing in a way. But let's do a different example then, because I don't think we'll get anywhere with the lie. How does one murder without physicality? How's that possible?
How does one murder without physicality?
Yeah, murder is caused by a physical being. A physical being must go physically murder somebody.
Right.
So, murder, famine. You see what I'm saying? You just said, since the famine is created by a physical being, it can be created in the sense of Isaiah 45:7. Murder not only can be created by a physical being, that's the only way it is created. There is no murder without physical beings. So, you can create murder in the exact same way that you can create famine.
No, you can't.
Explain, because I got to be honest with you. I think this is kind of obtuse, and I don't mean that as an insult, but it's obvious. Like, this is an incredibly plain truth.
So I think the problem is the your understanding of the word create.
Right, but we already covered that. Remember, an hour ago.
Right.
We asked
So
the question.
when God says when God says I create calamity, he's talking about he's bringing it forth, right? It's not, he didn't, yeah. So the thing is, he's not creating moral evil. He's allowing it.
But that's
he's directing it, if you will.
Point, brother.
Let me use the analogy of water. Okay, water by nature flows downhill, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I took a shovel and I were to dig a trench so that I can direct the water where I want it to go to make a stream, I'm naturally still letting the water flow, but I'm guiding how it flows by this trench I've dug, right? God can do the same thing with wicked individuals. Like the Syrians, for example, the rebellion against Jerusalem. God did not have to author their rebellious thoughts and intentions. He knew that this is how these people are. So instead, what he did is he made a channel, if you will, or guided these circumstances so that they would go at that exact time as a form of judgment against Israel. But God did not create or implant or give their evil thoughts for them to do this thing. Does that make sense? Is this helping more with what I'm trying to say?
The problem, brother, is that it sidesteps the point that we're actually on right now and moves to a different one, right? So, like, when we're talking about what it means for God to create either of these things, we both agree that it's not him physically forming matter the same way that he created dogs and cats and guinea pigs, right? We're both in agreement on that, regardless of which one of our views is correct. That's what create in this instance means, right? Now, I'm pointing out I'm going to try and write this out, actually, to make a syllogism. It's kind of on the fly, but hopefully it'll work. Okay. So concept A, or premise A, we'll say. I'm going to have to make this premise 1, otherwise it's going to get confusing. Premise 1, A does not tangibly exist. We agree? Whatever A is, that's right. A does not tangibly exist.
Okay.
All right. Premise 2. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. We agree again?
Tangible existence is required for a physical creation?
Yeah, for physical creation.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to write this out so we can continue to use it. Conclusion, A was not physically created.
Okay.
Okay. So we're in agreement there. That's the first syllogism here.
Right. And I just want to make it clear, I'm not saying moral evil doesn't exist.
I know. That's what I am adding the word physically there on purpose, or tangibly, right? Because that is a so for those in the audience, here's what we have. A does not physically or does not tangibly exist. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. Conclusion, A is not physically created. Okay. So, what I'm saying here is fill it in the syllogism, right? Famine does not tangibly exist. tangible existence is required for physical creation. Famine was not physically created. Now you're saying the same thing, but with lie. Lie does not tangibly exist. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. Lie was not physically created. Okay, so now we know the internal logic of what we're both trying to say. Now your response is, but famine can lead to and comes through the means of physical beings. It leads to physical consequence, and it comes through the medium of physical beings. Okay?
Right, like the sun scorching the ground or a locust infesting your crops, or yeah, something like that.
Right. So let me give you a new syllogism, and we'll see if we agree. Okay? A has physical effects. Okay? Premise 2, physical effects are tangible. Now tell me if you disagree with any of these. A has physical effects.
It has physical effects.
2, physical effects are tangible.
Physical effects are tangible. So, like, you mean physical effects can be seen or made known?
They have a concrete nature about them.
Oh,
They're
okay,
not
yeah,
they're not
okay.
concepts.
Right.
Okay. A has physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. That's premise 3. Do we agree?
Yes, all tangible effects comes from tangible things. Yes, I think I agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Premise C. And by the way, I want to forewarn you. There is a level of bait and switch I'm about to do, so be prepared for it. Okay. It's on purpose, though. It's not deceptive. That's why I'm.
Are you trying to cheat? Are you trying to deceive me, CJ?
A little bit. I mean, it's not
you
really
little
deceptive,
devil.
but I'm trying to reel you in. Okay. A has physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. Conclusion: A is tangible. Now, without filling in the blanks, do you think you agree with that? A has physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. Conclusion: A is tangible. Do we agree?
I think so.
Okay. Now let me fill in the blanks here and show you that the second syllogism doesn't work. And by the way, I'm glad you agreed, because I think this is going to help us establish why I think this is a faulty line of argumentation. Okay. Love has physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. Conclusion: love is tangible.
Yes,
See why
love
that
is.
doesn't work?
Well, and that's a bad example because the Bible says God is love, and God actually tangibly exists.
Okay, well then let's use a different one. I think that that is reading a little bit too much into metaphor, but I want to get away from the arguing of pedantics, so let's use a different example. Hate has physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. Hate is tangible.
Well, here's a problem with that. The hate itself is not tangible. It's you acting on the hate that is tangible.
There you go. Exactly. See, the second syllogism is wrong. Right? Hate itself is not tangible. It has tangible impact, but it isn't tangible, which means premise 3 here, all tangible effects come from tangible things, is wrong. Right? Premise 3 here is not correct. Now, this syllogism was correct. A does not have tangible existence. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. Therefore, A was not physically created. This syllogism is wrong, which is why we can say something like hate was not physically created.
Okay.
But now, here's the problem. Famine does not tangibly exist. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. Famine was not physically created. That's how you would plug what I'm saying into there. And what you're trying to do is say famine has physical effects.
Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from tangible things. Famine is tangible. You see what I mean? And we can do that with lie as well. Lie does not tangibly exist. There we go. Tangible existence is required for physical creation. Therefore, lies are not physically created. We can flip that around and say, lies have physical effects. Physical effects are tangible. All tangible effects come from physical things. Lies are tangible. Now, again, remember this one's wrong. But if this one's wrong, hopefully now you can see why it doesn't work for calamity either. If we're going to say God can't create evil because evil isn't a physical thing, calamity isn't a physical thing either. And if we say, yes, but calamity comes through physical means and has physical effect, so does moral evil. Most moral evil, in fact, has physical effect. And all moral evil requires some level of physical existence, right? Like you can't rape somebody without physical existence. I would argue you can't lie to somebody without physical existence because it requires not only a functioning brain on top of the mind thing, but some
right. It would require a brain and a mind. Yes.
Yeah, you'd need them both certainly, but also it would require some level of communication. Like if I'm dumb and don't know Braille and don't know how to write, I can't actually lie to you. Maybe I could with like body motions or something like that, but that still requires some kind of physical thing, right? So the lie itself is still not tangible. The lie itself still doesn't have physical existence, but it does have physical effects. Famine, war, tyranny, these are all concepts, and concepts do come through physical beings, and they do have physical effect, but they themselves are merely conceptual. Famine is simply a lack of food. And some people's definition of a famine is like people were talking about us running low on food here during COVID. Africans would laugh at that and be like, really? You're running low on food? You have Lucky Charms in your cupboard right now, buddy. Just because you can't find them at the store doesn't mean nothing.
How about the toilet paper famine?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah. I remember I was shopping at the store during the pandemic, and I saw all the mask holes, running around. They had their mask diapers on their face, right? And this one jackass had his cart. I mean, and this cart was like stacked with toilet paper, right? And I'm going to the store because I'm running low. I need something to wipe my behind with. And this jackass goes to grab the last thing of toilet paper, although there's already like 20 of them in his cart. And I went off on the guy because I just wanted to come here and get a roll. I'm like, excuse me, hey, jackass, other people need some toilet paper. And he looked at me like, and I was like, give me that. And I put it in my cart. It's like, what are you going to do?
Right.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. So this panic, this irrational fear of this, I can't say, the Canobula, that it had people panicking to do stupid, irrational things, buying toilet paper.
Yeah.
So the fear itself wasn't tangible, but it had physical effects in reality.
There you go. Exactly.
Right.
Now, so now you see where I'm coming from, right? And whoever came up with the concept of syllogisms, he's awesome because that's such an easy way to break down this. So now here's the problem we have, right? Me and you actually agree on the usage of God's creating in Isaiah 45. What we disagree on is what that entails. But we agree that he doesn't physically create calamity, nor does he physically create sin. And we might even both agree, I don't know, I won't speak for you, you can correct me if I'm wrong. We might even both agree that neither one necessarily has a direct origin with him. In other words, calamity is a result of the fall just as much as sin is, right? Just like there would be no murder in a pre-fallen world, there would be no famine. All right, exactly, right? So we would even both agree God is the primary cause, not the secondary cause in either case. In other words, God causes hurricanes, but through natural phenomenon, right?
the cold air meets with the hot air and it forms a cyclone.
Well,
Cyclone
one
moves up.
distinction, I would say he can cause a hurricane. It is not my position that every hurricane that exists is sent by God. I believe there are
Fair.
times he can use a hurricane, but I believe there are other times that's just a natural weather pattern doing its thing. That, you ever heard those people, like these online hyper charismatic prophets and stuff? Anytime some sort of a natural disaster happens, oh, it's because of a lack of a faith. If you were sowing a seed, God wouldn't have.
Yeah,
And they turn every terrible thing you could think of as somehow a form of judgment that God is sending, and I don't believe that.
yeah.
Now, there are biblical examples, like, for example, Sodom and Gomorrah, where he sent hail and fire from heaven and destroyed the city, and God claimed that was him doing it. So, yes, there are times God uses weather, but every time the weather does something insane does not mean God is the one sending it. I just want to make that clearer to everyone.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that, right? Sometimes I think Jesus says, if I'm quoting him correctly, this might be verbatim, he sends his rain on the just and the unjust alike. Rain, of course, is a good thing, but it doesn't always have to be.
Right.
So now that we're on the same page, here's my point. Your argument is, and the argument of Got Questions and of John MacArthur and of Matt Slick, although I think, like I said, MacArthur's kind of inconsistent with it, is evil doesn't physically exist, therefore evil cannot be created. It has to be something like calamity. But as we just saw via these syllogisms, calamity doesn't physically exist either. So calamity, if we can say God creates calamity, which means he brings it about, then we can also say God creates good, evil, what have you, meaning he brings it about. And that's what the Calvinist position is. It's not that he's directly causing it, in the sense that he's the secondary cause, the direct agent, right? It's that God is bringing it about, and we even, me and you, even both agree on why. You would say he brings calamity about for his own holy purposes, and I would say, and the same is true of evil. He brings evil about for his own holy purposes, right?
Well, for the exact, so talking about moral evil, I would not say that God brings it about in the same way he does calamity. Moral evil, I would say God chooses to allow it. Whereas calamity, it's God directly bringing it to someone.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I don't think I caught that.
So there are times where God takes credit for bringing calamity to certain individuals as a form of judgment. So God sometimes directly brings calamity, but the Bible doesn't tell us God directly bringing moral evil. That's where I part ways with you on that. I believe God allows moral evil to occur, but he is not directly bringing the moral evil. He directly brings the calamity.
Okay, so now that is a different argument, but I think it's a good one for us to move on to. So I'm not saying that is a criticism.
And by the way, I would say that position, I believe, is biblical and more consistent, and it also aligns with his holiness, where evil exists. It gives an account for evil, but God's not the originator of it. And so you have a holy God using disgusting things for his own purpose without him being the cause or the origination. And I think that is the more biblically consistent position to hold to, and most of Christianity would hold to that position. So that's where I stand on that issue.
Well, that kind of depends, I guess, on who you think is a Christian, to be honest with you. But we'll save that for a moment. Because so just as a fun fact, I think about 7% of Christians are Calvinists. But that number takes into account Orthodox and Catholic. I'm not sure if it takes into account Mormon and Jehovah's Witness.
No, heck no.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, it's the guys who do the statistics who are taking everything here. So it could. I don't know if it does, but I guess it could. But it does take into account, because these guys do consider Catholic and Orthodox to be.
Wow, that disgusts the life out of me. You can't.
So then, now think about that then. So if you reduce it to simply Protestant, or otherwise stated
non-Catholic, non-Orthodox accepts the solas. That 7% number is a lot closer to half. It might even be completely half. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look up how many Christians are Protestant throughout the world. Bearing in mind that most Christians who are not affiliated with the Catholic Church or any Orthodox denomination are considered by the statistic guys to be Protestant. What percentage of Christianity is Protestant?
Well, regardless of what the number is, it doesn't really matter because, majority opinion doesn't necessarily make something right anyway. But I'm hanging my hat on what Scripture says, and I think what I'm showing is more in line with what God has revealed.
Well,
now,
to be fair, I completely agree with that.
But, there are verses like Isaiah 45 that we've been talking about. If someone's been informed or doesn't understand exactly what's going on, you could say, well, see, God is the direct author of sin. And yeah, there are verses in the Bible you can go to, and if you can read it that way. But if you do, you're contradicting other parts of Scripture that I'd actually like to get to if you want, because I don't know how much longer you want to hang your hat here, if there's still more you want to say about it. But there are a few verses I'd like to go over with you and see what you would, what you have to say about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that honestly, now that I feel like I haven't convinced you of my view of Isaiah 45:7, but I think if I understand where we've gone so far, I have at least convinced you of my tangibility argument, which is kind of the only thing I was getting at here.
Sure.
And it's actually farther than I thought I was going to get. So I'm definitely willing to leave that be, and
right.
Whatever impact it has. And if it doesn't have any impact at
all.
Well,
I have no problem with God taking ownership or responsibility for disasters that he brings upon people, whether it be blindness, deafness, hurricanes, tsunamis, hailstorm, whatever. Where I draw the line is moral evil. I don't believe that God is the responsible and direct cause of that thing. Okay, so I make a distinction between calamity, which would be distress, discomfort, things like that, versus moral evil. And I think it's important that we draw that line, because it might not seem like such a big thing, but the holiness of God is on the line here, because one position is saying God is not holy, the other position is saying he is. And so we have to stay on the side of holiness of God, because the Bible dogmatically declares that he is holy and completely separate from sin. And so I'm not going to disagree with God on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is one of those areas where I would say I think it is important to understand that we are not actually claiming God is not holy, right? Now, I understand that you're saying, but your argument effectively makes that the case.
So can I clarify that? I'm sorry. I'm saying the logical conclusion of saying God is the author of moral evil is that he is not holy. I'm not saying that someone can claim God created or is authoring moral sin and say that he's holy, because you can. I think there are people that can do that. But I'm saying the logical consequence of saying God is the author of moral sin is that he is not holy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that is an important distinction to make, right? Because that is as thin of a line as that sounds like. That's actually the difference between a straw man and an argument, right? An argument is I'm saying that A leads to B, and the straw man is you accept B. You see what I mean? So, like for example, if I were to say that you believe God is not sovereign, you'd be like, that's not true. But if I said, I believe your view makes God less sovereign, now it'd be like, okay, I disagree, but I can offer CJ the ability to speak his mind. And so just want to point that out. That thin distinction there is very vital, because it's the distinction between a straw man and an argument. That said, though, no need to just get hung up on the pedantics. So, well, you start off, actually, because you were going to say something and I wanted to make that point.
Okay. So how do you understand James 1:12 through 14, CJ?
Let me pull it up and read it so that
I'll pull it up for you. James 1.
Okay.
We can start here. All right. So it says, "Blessed is the man that endures testing," or temptation. It's the same word. "For when he is tried, he shall receive a crown of life, which the Lord has promised to them that love him. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempts he any man. But every man is tempted or tested when he is drawn away with his own lust and enticed. Then when lust has conceived, it brings forth sin, and sin, when it's finished, brings forth death." And just so the audience knows, so now we're moving on to the main topic that this, the title of the stream is. So the first hour and a half was CJ and I talking about a little back and forth we've been having through video. So now we're actually going on to the topic of the stream.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah. So I'm bringing up this verse because the title of the stream, "How can God be holy if determinism is true?" So essentially, I want to see where you're coming at from these verses here, because what I see it saying. No, actually, let me back up. So, actually, before I even read it, I'm sorry. CJ, do you agree with the Westminster Confession of Faith that God has eternally decreed everything that happens in the world?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So, would you also agree that lust, murder, lies, even temptations, would you believe that those were part of those eternal decrees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now let's continue on. So, in light of these verses here, to me, it's saying that God does not tempt or cannot be tempted, but people are tempted by their own lusts, right? In verse 14. And
Right.
That's where the temptation comes from, is their own heart. So I don't see God being the one authoring or decreeing these things. He seems to be saying that these things are birth from the person's own heart. And then the next verses we'll move to in 1 John, it says that these things come from the world, not from the Father. So if this eternal decree, determinism, is true, how do you make sense of James chapter 1, verses 11 through 14?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So the first point I would want to say is this, I think, is a matter of distinguishing between primary and secondary causation. So when it says every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lusts, if it is true that a meaningful distinction can be made between primary and secondary causation, and that God can indeed determine something while the agent simultaneously freely chooses it, if that is true, then I can actually say that the man is tempted by his own lusts and that God has decreed everything that comes to pass. So that is a question that we'll probably need to pin and get to, because that's obviously something you would disagree with as far as compatibilistic logic, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that statement again? The I'm trying to that one.
Yeah. So I think if I understand which statement you're talking about, I think it's the one where I say, man can be led away by his own lusts, while God also simultaneously has decreed everything that comes to pass, and therein would lie no contradiction.
Thank you. Okay, so my question would be, so if God had decreed it, but you're saying it's the man's own lust, how does that make sense? Because would the man still have had the lust if God did not decree it?
Well, you could make that a little bit worse, I guess. You could say, would the man have the ability to do anything if God had not decreed it? And of course, from the Calvinist perspective, the answer would be no, right? And actually, to a limited extent, that would probably be true of you as well. You wouldn't say it as robustly as me, I imagine, but I think we would both agree. You know, there's the whole thing: every breath I take is a gift of God, right? So let's try and do a thought experiment that I think will help with this. So let's say hypothetically that you were able to create a time machine. This is a total hypothetical. It's not a real situation. Okay, so if somebody says, well, that's not a real, right, it's a thought experiment. It's meant to illustrate a logical point. So you could create a time machine that could send you back
An hour and 33 minutes and 10 seconds. That which I just picked the stream length. But that's as far back as it'll take you. And there's a caveat, since the last hour and 33 minutes and 10 seconds has already happened, you can't change, you can merely observe. Okay? You go back, you see yourself an hour, 33 minutes, 10 seconds ago. Did you still at that moment choose to start the stream?
I'm sorry, you lost me, man. So
Okay.
I'm going back in time.
Yeah, so let's the experiment is you're capable of going back in time to the beginning of the stream, and that's as far back as you can go.
Okay.
But you can't alter time because it's already happened.
Okay.
Right? So you're only able to go back and observe. Now you are fully aware of the future. By the way, notice you didn't determine it. I haven't assumed that you're determining anything yet.
Okay.
You're freely aware of the future and you can't change it, right? But you're sitting there observing. Now, did the you who starts the stream at that moment being observed by future you,
okay,
did he willingly choose to start the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. That's correct, in my opinion, by the way.
I don't. So how would how would a future version of me going back and watching the past me start a stream affect me starting the stream in the past?
Well, no, it wouldn't, and that's not actually the part of this that is interesting to the argument. The part that is interesting to the argument is since you can't alter the time, so you're an outside observer, right? You're outside, quote unquote, outside of time in that instance, in the sense that you exist an hour and a half in the future, and you're watching yourself from the past, but you can't alter it, right? Which means everything you actually have infallible knowledge at that point that everything will definitely occur the way that it does, right? In other words, you're 100% certain there is no world in which Kevin is, or there is no scenario, we'll say, because possible world is probably a bigger thing that I'm trying to entail here, in which Kevin does not start the stream. But you would agree that Kevin does still start the stream. So here's the thing that we have laid out here now. We have a genuinely free choice on the part of past Kevin that will 100% be A. You see my point?
I think so.
Yeah. So you don't actually, there is a sense in which you, future Kevin, can say there isn't true possibility of otherwise. Because you've already seen the future, you know that it can't be changed, and therefore you know A is 100% going to happen. Now again, didn't assume determinism. You didn't determine anything. You're just an observer, right? But you're still saying at the time that happened that there was a choice in doing it. Now God is in that position every single time any event happens. He has infallible knowledge that whatever's going to happen will happen. It's 100% certain. And yet, we are saying that the being in question has a choice in doing it. Now, remember, this knowledge is going to come logically prior to him doing it. In other words, God didn't know, God obviously is outside of time, but God doesn't know something for certain is going to happen after it happens. God exists logically prior to everything happening. So he knows that thing is going to happen for certain before it's ever happened. And yet we're accepting that there's a certain choice in the matter. In other words, what we're both agreeing on in this instance is that it is true that a being can willingly choose A, while also being true, there is a 0% chance B happens. Both of those things can be true at the same time. That's essentially compatibilism.
Well, not really, because you have God determine the choices before they happened. I don't believe that. See, the foreknowledge does not entail determinism. Those are two different things. And
right, but that's why I didn't assume it, right?
Right. And do you mind if we hold this thought for 1 second? I'm going to take a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, absolutely.
I won't even be like 2 minutes. I'm gonna just put up my be right back thing. And guys in the audience, please, stay tuned. I'm not gonna take long. I just gotta go pee real quick, and then I'll be right back. So CJ, if you gotta use the toilet, go for it, man.
I'll get a tea.
And please don't forget to like the stream if you're enjoying it so far. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Just brief intermission. Sometimes it happens. I was up here drinking my coffee, But yes. So me going back in time, knowing because I'm from the future, knowing that past me would start the stream. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Now, if you're using that for God, I agree. God knows all future events. But I believe that God is not the originator of human choices. I believe we are the originator of our own choices, and that God uses free human volition and works through it. So I don't believe he has to determine our choices. I believe all of our choices are foreknown. And so I will let you go from there if you want. But that's where I'm coming to this. So compatibilism isn't necessary in my worldview.
No, it isn't. It isn't. And this is why, and it seems like there's some misunderstanding in the live chat already. This is why I'm trying to not assume determinism in what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
Because what we're trying to demonstrate with this thought experiment is to say it is possible to accept on one end that the future is certain, and on the other end, that you have a free choice. Those are not contradictory statements, right? You can freely choose A while it is also certain that you will choose A. There doesn't have to be true possibility of otherwise, in the sense that you're actually not going to do A. You'll do B or C or something along those lines. Hang on real quick. I'm still listening. I'm just stopping.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Well, would you agree that God knows like every decision you would make given certain circumstances?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So even circumstances that don't happen in reality, God knows that if you were in this certain circumstance, he knows what you would do in those circumstances.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how powerful God is that no matter the situation or the circumstance you're in, you're not going to get one up on him. He has counter plans for everything you could imagine. Like, like if God, okay. So Romans tells us that all things work together for the good of those who love the Lord, who are called according to his purpose. And so God doesn't do, like, he doesn't go to the same extent to make sure things work out for the unsaved like he does for the saved. He takes special care or looks after his children more than he looks after those who aren't. And so it's not that God is determining. Well, I don't want to use the word determine because you're not trying to bring that up. And I'm sorry, I lost my thought. What I was getting at. So why don't you just go ahead and talk? I lost my thought. I'm sorry.
Well, so at the moment, I'm trying to build up, like we're going up, kind of up the stairs, so to speak, right? Because I'm trying to demonstrate the fundamental reason people think compatibilism is a contradiction is that they think that it is contradictory for you to. You actually said it in your video, right? The one I was critiquing, not the one about me, right? Where you had said a choice is choosing between two options at a dictionary level, and I freely accept that. By the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But we both accept that it is possible for you to have a choice and there be no real possibility that B occurs, right? In other words, while God knows all possible things, he also knows which things will happen, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like, and I know this isn't what you're claiming, but it's not as if he's like 100% sure of what would happen if A then B. But he's not like you could use a chess master analogy, right?
Yeah.
A chess master knows if he's an excellent chess player, he knows tons of different scenarios. If they move E5, I can Right. He doesn't know that they'll move the E5. He simply knows what his response will be in any given situation. You see what I mean? God knows that, just like the chess master, but he also knows where the opposing chess player is going for certain. He knows this would happen if he goes to E5, but he's actually going to go to A2. You know what I mean? And so the reason that's important is because if we agree with on that premise, then we've already started this by agreeing humans are free. Right? We both agree that humans have free will. And we've agreed the future is certain. And we've agreed there's no contradiction there.
But we can't agree that humans have a free will because so from your worldview, God has determined the choices that they would make before they made them. Whereas I'm saying they are the originator of their own choices, and God allows them to make those choices. You would have to hold that they make those choices because those are the choices that God determined for them to make.
So why would that violate free will, in your opinion?
Because the people cannot be responsible for the choices that they've made if it was God that made the choice for them. Like, for example, if I were to go out and go on a killing spree, I would be to blame for that because that's what I chose to do. But, if someone had technology or something, like, we're talking about Star Trek stuff here, fantasy, okay, for a second. Totally.
I can use thought experiments. You can't.
Doctor Strange, right? I don't know, Marvel, Doctor Strange or something, he cast some sort of spell that can manipulate the mind. And he's the one that did this and made me go out and do it. There's a difference because now I am not morally accountable for what I've done because I couldn't have done differently. There were circumstances outside of my control that forced me to do something else. Whereas if I willfully decided to go do that, then I am to be blameworthy for it. And essentially what an eternal decree does is it takes away free will and everything is God's fault.
So let me, because now that this is a slightly different variation, this is more of a sourcehood argument than a principle of alternate possibilities argument, which is what you were using in your first video, which is fine. We can go there. I just want to make clear: is it not your position that determinism contradicts free will because in free will there is no real choice? Because that was the position you laid out previous.
Right. So in order for there to be actual free will, you have to have the ability to choose between at least two options in any given circumstance. Like, for example, I could have chosen to stream with you tonight, or I could have chosen not to stream with you tonight. And I chose to stream with you tonight. But I could have also chosen not to stream, but I didn't do that.
Right. So now.
So, but hold on, let me finish. But my point is if there was an eternal decree that said Kevin is going to stream tonight, then that was the only real choice I had. So if we're going to say I had a choice not to do it, it was just an illusion. There was only really one choice, and that's the choice that God determined, and I reject that.
Okay, so we have, and this is the argument I was just responding to, but we do have two different arguments here. I'm going to write them down for my sake, but not for your sake. So the argument number one is choice requires multiple options, at least two, right? Therefore, in order to have a real choice, you must have multiple real options, right? And the second argument is God is actually the one choosing, not me. So the first one is what we call principle of principle of alternative possibilities. The second one is relating to what we call sourcehood, meaning are you the source of your own thoughts and feelings and things of that nature?
Right, and I think the sourcehood is more important. Yeah, because if I'm the source for my evil that I've done, then God's not responsible for it, and He can justly judge me for my evil. But if He is the ultimate sourcehood for my evil, then I logically cannot be held responsible for that evil.
So let's go through. We'll go with both of them. So the first one, and I'll only list it first here because it is the one I've already brought up, but I have an asterisk here. The God chooses one is the one that's more important to you. So that's certainly something we should point out. So the choice includes multiple options thing, right? But you say a decree limits that to only one option. But go back to that time traveler's analogy, right? We both already agree that the future of you doing this stream was certain, right? It was set. Now, what sets it is obviously a question that we and you are going to get at when we talk about this point.
Well, hang on. It's not set that it was determined. It was foreknown what I would do.
Right, but again, that's right. That's moving to the second issue there, right? We disagree on what sets it. I would say determinism is true, and therefore God is the thing that sets everything through secondary means and all that. And you would argue probably some combination of, correct me if I'm wrong, circumstance, freedom of choice, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, sure.
So we disagree there. But where we agree is that it is set. In other words, since God has infallible foreknowledge logically prior to you making this decision, then before you made this decision, it must have been set in stone in such a way that there was no real ultimate possibility of something else happening.
And CJ, just to sidetrack for a second, are you going to somehow tie this back into James 1:11 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So then if we agree with that, then what we've already agreed on is you can have a genuine free choice. You can have a level of principle of alternative possibilities where, since the future is not set from your perspective, had you gone down path A would be your path. And if you got down path B would be your path, right? But since God has infallible foreknowledge of which path you took logically prior to you taking it, it was set. There was no ultimate choice. There was only one choice, and it's the one that was already foreknown 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. At any point, God has existed, right? So
now we get to the question of God choosing it, right? God's the one who's ordained everything.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Right. And so, and you said this is the one that's the more important of the two, right?
Sourcehood, yeah.
Yeah. Which I would actually agree with that as well. And it may shock you to hear this, but actually there's even a lot of libertarian free will philosophers who don't think principle of alternative possibilities is a thing for precisely the reason I'm talking about. They think that the future can be set and certain without there being genuine possibility of otherwise. Not all of them, but to give you an example, William Lane Craig does not believe that the principle of alternative possibilities is real. Whether that means anything to you is irrelevant, of course, but I'm just saying this is the more important question, right? Okay, so is it possible for man to never sin?
Before the fall, hypothetically, yes.
What about after? Right now?
No.
Not possible. Why?
Because we are fallen. We're in a fallen world. And so we have a tendency to do what's wrong.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that we have a sin nature is basically what you're saying?
If you want to call it that.
Right.
I just call it a tendency. I think that was a part of the fall. See, I don't hold to the inherited consequences view. I hold to, the inherited guilt view. I hold to the inherited consequences. So I believe we inherit
the inherited nature, though.
I'm undecided on that.
Okay.
I believe that there was something that affected us that we have inclination to want to do the wrong thing, but is that literally like a sinful nature, like Augustine taught? I'm not 100% sure.
Fair enough. Totally fair enough. All right, so we have a natural inclination to sin, meaning, and putting the asterisks there as far as not sure about nature, meaning that there's no possible world in which after the fall, a human being could live perfectly, assuming, of course, we're not talking about Jesus, just in case anybody wants to. Well, actually, right? Obviously, we're not talking about Jesus. There is no possible world in which a human could go completely without sinning. Okay?
Right. You'd have to be God to do that.
Yeah. But what if you really wanted to go without sinning? Like, what if for whatever reason, maybe it's because you're a Christian, right? You really, really, really want to never sin again.
That'd be impossible. You'd have to be walking after the Spirit constantly and never not walking after the Spirit.
Doesn't that violate your free will?
No, because you're sinning by choice.
But your nature is such that even if you have a great desire, maybe greater than any other desire you have, you still will choose to sin, right?
Yeah, you're choosing to sin. But CJ, did my choice to sin come from the Father, or did that come from me?
Yes. You're the direct cause of it, and God has foreordained whatsoever comes to pass. Now, here's why this line of questioning is important, right? So now we've agreed on another thing, which is that even though you're ultimately the source of your sin, you willingly chose to do it, you, in a weird way, had no control over it. Meaning, while you had control over the individual sin itself,
if you had no control over it whatsoever, you couldn't be blameworthy for it. You did have some form of
control. So listen to what I'm saying, right? While you have control over the individual sin itself, it is impossible that you never sin again, right? Assuming some tragedy doesn't happen in the next 5 seconds, of course.
Right.
So that seems like a contradiction, doesn't it? You have culpability for sin. You willingly choose to sin. You have control over the fact that you sin, and yet it is impossible for you not to sin, even if you really, 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 really desire to never sin again.
It's because of God's standard.
Right. Now, I would argue it's a little bit because of our nature as well. You called it the tendency, and that's fine with that. We'll stick with that. We have a tendency towards
Like,
that.
for example, CJ, like, you're looking at sin as like, okay, the Apostle Paul says in the book of Romans that whatever is not done in faith is sin. So I can just be sitting at my table, reading a book and drinking a coffee, and I'm sinning because I'm not doing it in faith. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to purposely go out and, I don't know, commit adultery or lie to sin. You know, just simply doing something not in faith is sin, and that's what God requires, is a perfect obedience, a perfect acknowledgement of Him, being perfectly in submission all the time. And humans don't do that, and so that's why it's impossible to never sin.
I completely agree with that. But the point there is, now we have this. It seems like there's something wrong there, but we both agree there's not, right? It seems like if we have full control over our thoughts and actions, then it seems like it should be possible for us to choose to do the right thing every time, which is why we hold each other blameworthy and why God can hold us blameworthy. And yet,
I didn't say we have full control over our thoughts. I didn't say we have full control over our thoughts, because there's sometimes where you ever had like a weird thought that came in your mind. You're like, what on earth? Where'd that come from? What is that? We don't have control over what our messed up mind does. What we do have control over is if we dwell on it or dismiss it.
Well, and actually, that, to be fair, I do agree with that. And actually,
right? Okay, I want to give an example. Let's say you have a good friend of yours that you've known for years, right? And all of a sudden, a lustful thought that now you've never done this before, but you get this weird thought of like hitting on his wife or something, and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? Like, I would no, hell no, right? And instead of choosing to dwell on that thought and birth sin, you choose, Lord, I don't know where that came from. I repented. I'm done with that, and you dismiss it. That's what you have control over. It's not what pops into your fallen mind or soul, if you will, but you have control over on what you dwell on and what you dismiss. And that's what God is, it demands of humans, and we fall short on that too. So I just want to make that distinction.
Sorry, I was just there's a line from Schopenhauer that encapsulates what you're saying, where he says, "Man can will what he will, or man can do what he wills, but he may not will what he wills." In other words, you don't have control over what you want, but you do have control over whether you go for it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right. You know what's another good example? Have you ever heard like testimonies of like homosexuals that come to Christ?
Yeah.
There are homosexuals, and God bless them, the ones that do. They still have a same-sex attraction, but they're choosing not to act on that sinful attraction. They're trying to put it in submission to God. And I don't know what it's like to struggle with that, because that's not a sin that I personally struggle with. But I can sympathize with my former homosexual brothers and sisters out there that do struggle with something like that. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. So they're still going to have those thoughts, but they're choosing not to, go out and act on it. Now, because we are flawed beings, there may be times where they do entertain the thought, or God forbid, even sometimes act out on it. But it doesn't change their salvific status, and it's not them going fully back with that. You know what I'm saying? So I just so the audience knows where we're at here. This is what we're talking about. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. And now here's one of the interesting things about that Schopenhauer quote is that Schopenhauer was a compatibilist, because so this is why I'm bringing all this stuff up, right? Because we're talking about sourcehood. I actually, maybe shocking, I agree that sourcehood is true. Man is the ultimate source of his actions, right?
Can I ask how, though? Because I think you're being inconsistent with determinism.
Yeah, I think that mankind, it was first. So we have a certain nature about us that is not necessarily within our control, and we have the ability to do what it is that we desire, which ultimately derives from that nature. I also
Okay.
think that that all choices ultimately are a matter of what your greatest desire is.
Okay, so CJ, few things. Number one, where did that nature come from? Is that something that was a result of the fall, or is that something God directly created for you to have? And number two, did God decree the choices you would make from your sinful nature?
Number one, that is a result of the fall. Number two, yes, God has decreed that.
Okay, so if God has decreed each individual sinful act you've committed with your sinful nature, how are you responsible for the acts that you've committed?
Well, let me ask you the crescendo question of what I've been saying, and I think you'll realize that we have the same problem. If you have a tendency to sin that's outside of your control, that is so powerful that it is a guarantee, even if you've been saved, you will sin in the future, provided you have at least some opportunity to do so. How are you responsible for that?
I'm responsible for it because I chose to act on those things.
And that's exactly what the Calvinist answer would be. God's determination. You ever read the Westminster Confession where it says
Not all of it.
that same portion actually, chapter 3, paragraph 1, where it says basically neither is the liberty or contingency of secondary causes taken away, but rather established. In other words, God's decree is enacted through the free will of creatures.
But CJ, here's my whole problem. If you have a sinful creature that's going to sin, you don't have to decree the sin. That's what the sinful creature is going to do.
Yeah, but
So there's no the decree part is unnecessary. You don't have to decree for a sinful creature to commit sin. That's what he's going to do.
But isn't the sinful creature in this instance is still a creation of God, though, right? Like
No.
God does create Adam.
No.
Adam does sin, but obviously Adam would not have had the opportunity to sin if God hadn't put him in a position where he could. You see what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. Adam didn't have a tendency to do the wrong thing. That's something he chose to do.
Well, he must have. If
No.
he didn't have a tendency to do the wrong thing, he wouldn't have.
Because when God finished creating, he said everything was very good.
Right.
If there was a corruption in Adam, when God said that, it wouldn't be very good.
Right, and so there must be greater corruption post Adam, but there has to be some corruption in Adam.
No, there was no
And
corruption.
how is it possible that he sinned?
Because he chose to do that. He had a free will.
Right, but if he had a free will and his will was perfectly righteous, then he would have chosen the right thing.
Well, hang on. Who said his will was perfectly righteous?
So his will was corrupted.
No, his will wasn't corrupted.
Then it's perfectly righteous.
No.
What's the in-between?
Adam was in a state of innocence. In other words, he could choose to submit to God or he could choose to rebel. Because Adam was the first man, there was no corruption. He could have been in perfect submission to God, but he chose to follow his wife instead of God. See, God cannot create corruption. God does not make imperfections.
Let's give an analogy here that I think, because you are so close, I think, to seeing what I'm seeing here. Okay.
Well, CJ, how do you make sense of Genesis? So God lists everything. He goes through the whole creation account, and God rests and he says it was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you had a man that had a corrupted nature or a corrupted will, you could not say it was very good. You'd have to say it's partially good, or or most.
Very good doesn't mean perfect, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Let me. Sure about that?
I'll prove it to you. If Satan were allowed into heaven for just a day, and he tried to tempt you after you've gone to heaven, do you think it's even possible that you could sin?
Say it again. Sorry.
If Satan hypothetically were allowed into heaven for just a day, and he tried to tempt you into sin, do you think it is even possible that you would choose to listen to him and sin? Is it possible?
In heaven?
Yeah.
Is this post-resurrection?
Yes.
So I have a glorified body.
Yes.
No,
Why?
because I'm glorified.
Meaning?
Meaning that I have been made perfect. I'm just like Christ.
There you go. If you
Adam
were
didn't have a
perfect, if your
glorified
will
body.
was
He had a
perfect,
human body. But his human body did not have corruption.
right? But we're not talking about the body. We're talking about the will. Because the thing that's glorified in this instance is your will, right? Notice the reason you think it wouldn't be possible in heaven is because you've been glorified, which means your will has been changed to such an extent that you have absolutely you're in perfect alignment with God. You have absolutely no desire to sin whatsoever. So even if you were provided the opportunity, which would never happen, of course, but even if you were, it wouldn't have worked. Adam was provided the opportunity, more specifically Eve and then Adam, and it did work. At a fundamental level, that means Adam must have had the slightest level of concupiscence, which means a
I
tendency
disagree.
to sin.
No,
Then how did he do it?
he chose it
Why did he choose it?
because his wife did.
Why did she choose it?
Because she was deceived.
And why was it possible for her to be deceived?
Because she didn't see God create anything.
So is it our position that she didn't actually sin, she was just ignorant?
Well, essentially, because that's why the Bible blames the fall of man on Adam, not on Eve, because she did it in ignorance, because she didn't know any better. Whereas God directly told Adam, the day you eat of this tree, you will surely die. And Adam saw God create everything else. And remember, he even brought the animals to Adam for Adam to name. His wife didn't see any of that. So Adam was responsible for the fall of the human race, not Eve. I personally think that had Adam chosen not to eat the fruit and said, no, Eve, I'm not going to do that, I think God would have instantly wiped out and destroyed Eve and just made him a new life.
Yeah, I think that's true, but I actually think it's for a different reason than because Eve would still be punished in that instance. I think it's more to do with federal headship, but I don't think we agree on that. But here's the point, though, right? So we're saying Eve is ignorant, but she's still going to be punished for her ignorance, which is a little bit weird because you would think she didn't actually sin. She didn't have evil tendencies, but God's still going to punish her. That's bizarre. That's almost like punishing a dog for doing something that dogs just do. But we'll take it beyond that.
No, she still deserves to be punished because she willfully did that.
Right. She will. But listen to what you're saying, brother. She willfully went against God's commands.
After he said not to, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Right, but it wasn't her sin that brought in the rebellion that we are now currently stuck in. It was because of Adam.
Then use Adam. Either one. Either one.
Okay.
This analogy works with either one, right? The point is, Adam willingly, of his own free will, sinned.
Right. And he did not have a sinful nature.
But we don't believe that people without a sinful nature in heaven can willingly.
But that's different. That's a completely different existence.
Right, but why? What makes it different?
Because you're not human anymore. You're not physical. You are now a spiritual being, like God.
Okay, but what does that mean as it pertains to the will? Because I
don't know. I don't get into the philosophy of the will. I'm just saying that there is something different about heaven where rebellion won't happen because you won't want it to happen at all.
Brother, you just demonstrated that Adam had at least a slight level of concupiscence.
No, because I'm not saying, listen,
it wouldn't happen because he wouldn't want it to happen.
Listen, I'm not saying that Adam wanted the rebellion to happen. I'm saying that he was trying to go for Eve.
Well, he must have wanted at least he must have wanted.
All right, let's check this out for a second. Let's say hypothetically that God. Let's say that Adam knew that because of what Eve did, God's going to destroy her, right? Or she's going to suffer for that. What if Adam was thinking in his mind, well, if I go along and do this too, then maybe God will have mercy on her, or he's going to be forced to punish both of us. Maybe Adam did it because he cared for his wife, right? That would be a different motivation than saying, well, I'm going to deliberately disobey God because of, whatever, some other reason. So you don't have to have a sinful nature to try to do something to go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, at this point, brother, you have God punishing Adam for being Christ-like. So I don't think that works.
Well, it's not necessarily Christ-like because it's still doing the wrong thing. You should be in subjective to God no matter what.
Your bride upon yourself, right? Huh? Like, it's pretty Christ-like to take the penalty of your bride upon yourself. I mean, it's explicitly what Christ did.
But here's the thing: if God says, "Hey, don't do this," and your wife goes and does it, and then you're like, "Well, I'll share the blame," so he'd have to destroy both of us. You're still doing an evil thing. You're still going against what God said. It doesn't matter what your motives are. You're still disobeying God.
I agree completely. Right?
But I think it's a big difference between what Adam did for that purpose versus someone that says, "Well, I'm going to go and sleep with such and such his wife," or, that guy's got a nice house, so or a nice car, so I'm going to steal his keys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the motives are very different here.
Right, but the motives can be different all the day long, and I don't necessarily agree with that per se, because I don't think that there might be some truth to that, but Adam immediately throws his wife under the bus as soon as God gets there, so it's like maybe that, but maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the point: motivation does not matter, even in the slightest, in this, because the fact is, Adam and Eve both did something contrary to God's will. They used their free will to do something evil. And if their free will was not in any way susceptible to evil, that would never happen. If you have no tendency to sin whatsoever, you won't. That's why we believe we don't think, I don't know about you, I don't believe we will have no free will in heaven. I believe our will be changed to such an extent that it will always be in agreement with God. Right?
Okay. Oh, I don't know. I mean, the Bible doesn't tell us, so I mean, that's just a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. I'll at least say that's what I believe. Right?
Okay.
But in the case of the garden, it's true they have free will. Free will doesn't equal bad choices, though. I mean, Jesus had free will.
It kind of does.
Say again.
So you have a freedom to rebel or submit. So God presented them. He wanted them to willfully choose either listen to me, just don't eat this fruit. You can do anything else, but accept this one thing. And they chose to do the one thing God said not to do.
Right.
Now you can get into semantics of why, and Eve did it, so therefore why did Adam do it too? Well, okay, whatever. But the point is that God he gave them something to choose between. He says, do this or don't do that. You can eat of any of these trees for food, but just don't eat from this one. And Satan tricked Eve into doing it. And then for whatever reason, you could philosophize and debate. Adam went along with it too, after Eve did. And so God says, nope, that's it. You're done. Now you're kicked out of the garden. So my whole thing is you can philosophize about, well, Adam had to have some sort of a corruption because of the fact that he sinned at all. And then I can argue, well, he was created in a state of innocence where he didn't know right from wrong necessarily in the same way that we do today. And his eyes were opened after he ate the fruit. And then why did he do what okay, we could debate all that stuff. Okay. The crutch of the issue is that in your worldview, the rebellion from the garden would never have happened if it was not decreed first in eternity past before creation. Which gets to the whole thing back to James here on the screen, that a man is tempted when he's drawn away by his own problems, his own lusts. He's enticed by his own sins. What I'm saying is that if you're a sinner, God doesn't have to decree your sin. That's what you're going to do. But in your worldview, God has to decree everything, which then takes the responsibility and blameworthiness off of the individual and puts it back on the Creator.
Yeah, and I don't think that part is true, and I'm going to get to that later because I don't want to get us diverted. So I'm going to write that down and make sure I get to it, because I don't think it follows that Sorry, that makes God responsible in the sense that he's blameworthy.
Well,
right?
can you just please explain how it doesn't?
Well, do you want to get to that now, or do you want me to address this here? Because I want to briefly just say the three things we just went over that I think perfectly explain this James 1:14 position or verse from a Calvinist position, right? Is number one, you are unable to not sin, and that's not something that you have a control over in the sense that you don't have control over your tendency to sin. You have control over your individual sins, but not your tendency to sin. Yet you're still blameworthy. Also, you're blameworthy for that tendency, because even things like looking upon a woman with lust or being angry with your brother without just cause are things that you get that are considered sins. Thirdly, this all comes from Adam, who himself would not have been capable of doing anything wrong unless he had even the slightest bit of a tendency to do it. So where does that leaves you with one position left? If Adam was created with the slightest tendency to sin, first off, if you were born with a tendency to sin that you have no control over, meaning you can't control whether or not you have the tendency, then you're being held responsible for something that you did not have control over. Secondly, if Adam had at least the slightest tendency to sin, then something that created Adam logically prior to Adam wanted that to occur in some way. It doesn't mean Adam's not blameworthy for it. It means there is some reason God wanted the pieces set up in that way. Now,
Yeah, I don't believe Adam had a sinful tendency. I believe that's a result of what he did.
But how, again, you get back to that point. How could he have sinned if he did not have any tendency to sin? If you have
The
zero
Bible doesn't tell us
whatsoever, then you can't sin.
See, but that's just philosophizing. That's not necessarily true.
I gotta stop you there, brother. That's not philosophy at all. That's just basic truth. If you have zero tendency to sin whatsoever, then you can't do so.
Okay. Whatever is not done in faith is sin.
Right.
So if I'm doing anything that's not in faith, I'm sinning. Whether it be
zero tendency to
consider
sin,
a bad
then you're not
situation.
doing anything on faith.
Huh?
If you had zero tendency to sin, then you would never do something that is not in sin, or that is not in faith, rather. If not doing something in faith is sin, and you have absolutely no tendency towards sin whatsoever, then you would never do something out of faith.
Unless a tempter came along to try to move your eyes off of what's right.
But you have no tendency to sin whatsoever.
So in Adam's case, the tendency to do the wrong didn't come from within, it came from without.
But it has to come from within because he agreed to it. Jesus was tempted in the wilderness. He didn't sin.
Well, see, I don't believe Jesus was tempted. I believe he was tested.
Well, I mean, in this particular instance, I don't think there's much of a difference because it's not as if...
well, there is, because James says when a man is tempted, he's drawn and he's enticed by his own lust. Jesus didn't have lust. Jesus was, I believe, in the impeccability of Christ. I don't believe he was tempted at all.
Well, you can use the word tested then if you want, but actually, according to what you just said, that actually you are demonstrating the point here again. If we're saying that if temptation comes from your own lusts, and Satan tempted, not tested, Adam, then Adam has his own lusts. You see what I mean? Like, this is inescapable. This is just, you can't get out of this issue. If Adam sinned, he must have had some concupiscence, which means tendency to sin.
Well, then creation couldn't have been very good. Then the Bible's a lie.
Can't be perfect. There's a difference between very good and perfect.
Wait, so if God made something with corruption, it's not good.
It's not perfect.
But it's not good.
Really? Because Noah was said to be good, and Noah certainly sinned. Moses is said to be good.
No, he was counted good. He was credited as being good. He wasn't actually.
Well, the exact thing Genesis says is that he was righteous in all his ways.
But why?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that he's credited for being good.
Right. So he wasn't actually good. He was counted as such.
Right.
That's what the Bible means.
Don't you realize that what you're saying there is demonstration that a being or thing does not need to be perfectly good in order to be called good?
But CJ, what you're suggesting is that God created Adam as a flawed, sinful person.
I'm not suggesting it. I'm saying it's 100% true. It has to be true.
No, that's garbage.
Honestly, there's no possible way to understand the text without that being true.
Well, maybe there isn't. Maybe we're just not, I haven't thought of it. I'm not willing to concede that because
see now
God is holy, dude, and God said everything was very good. But you cannot say something is very good if there is sin and corruption.
Okay, but
it's the same problem that the old earthers get into, right? Like, oh yeah, there was millions and billions of years of death before Adam in the garden. Well, then creation wasn't very good.
Okay, but I think I guess I don't understand how this could. You remember when I was saying in that video that I feel like the non-Calvinists are deliberately not trying to understand this? If I can be very blunt with you, brother, you have been backed into a corner, and you're just saying no.
Well, CJ, just because I don't have an exact answer for everything doesn't mean that what you're saying is true.
Okay, but I'm not saying that.
Because you're asking me to concede that the creation was not very good, and I can't do that because the Bible says it was.
I'm not. Let me give you another example of that to show you that the creation could not possibly have been perfect. The serpent was there. Will Satan be in heaven?
But Satan's been cast out of heaven. He's not in heaven anymore.
Exactly. He's not in heaven. Heaven's perfect. The new earth will be perfect. The new heavens will be perfect. Satan will not be there.
Right.
But he was there in the garden. How can the deceiver be in the garden and yet the garden be perfect?
He wasn't originally in the garden when God created it. He allowed
there. And actually, to be fair, we don't necessarily know that. It doesn't actually say one way or the other how.
Well, that's true. Right, that's true.
Right.
And we don't know how long Adam and Eve were in the garden before they fell either.
That's true. I'll give you a third example. How could it be perfect if the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which leads to sin and damnation, was there?
Because it wasn't the tree itself that did it. It was them going against what God said.
Remember what we talked about earlier with the idols? It could lead people to temptation. Therefore, it's bad. Therefore, we need to get rid of it. Right? Well, the tree of knowledge of evil.
There was no magical or special properties in the fruit itself.
Not what I said.
The thing that plunged the world into darkness is that they disobeyed God. God said you can eat any other fruit that you want except this fruit. So there's nothing special about the fruit.
That's not what I said.
The problem is that they disobeyed God.
That's not what I said, brother. Listen to me, right? Well, our point with the idol, we didn't say the idol had supernatural power either, right? The point with the idol was the idol needed to be destroyed because
people are worshiping it.
Could have led people to temptation. There you go. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil could have done that. And yet it was there. So how could the creation be perfect?
Because Adam and Eve didn't have a tendency to worship the tree.
They didn't have a tendency to go out. So they didn't have a tendency to go eat from the fruit of the tree, and yet they did eat from the fruit of the tree when tempted with it.
Because Satan lied to them and they believed his lie.
Right, because they have a tendency to sin.
No, the reason Satan had to lie to them is because they didn't.
Sorry, say again.
If Satan did not tempt them and did not lie to them, they would not have eaten the fruit. The only reason why Eve ate the fruit is because she listened to the serpent and the serpent tricked her. She ate the fruit, and then for whatever reason, Adam's like, "Fine, I'll eat it."
And why did she listen to the serpent?
Huh?
Why did she listen to the serpent?
The Bible doesn't tell us.
If she was perfect, would she have listened to the serpent?
I'm not claiming she was perfect. I'm just claiming she was without sin.
Okay. I didn't say she had sin. I said she had a tendency towards it. And you just said I'm not claiming she wasn't perfect.
But
That's exactly my point.
No, Well,
She
hang on.
can't be perfect.
What do you mean by sinful tendency? Because are you saying like me, where it's like you're inclined to do what's wrong, or are you saying it's like this corrupted nature within you?
I'm saying she had, even if it is super, there is obviously some difference between post-fall, pre-fall. There has to be, scripture says there is. So there's obviously some difference.
Right.
Maybe they were never lustful before. Maybe they were never angry without just cause before. Maybe they never wanted to murder before, so on and so forth. But they have to have even a slight sliver of tendency to sin, or they would never have done so. And by the way, to that comment, only God is perfect. While that's true, we obviously believe we'll be perfect in heaven. Every single Christian on the planet believes there will be no sin. I mean, I guess I can't definitively say that because I'm sure there's some nut job out there. But the overwhelming majority of Christians believe we will not be able to sin in heaven. We will have perfect wills. So it is possible for God to create a will in such a way that sin is not on the table. But he didn't. Are you seeing what I'm putting down here? That's a big problem if you are concluding.
Well, it's not though, because God doesn't want robots. He wants people to choose to love and obey and follow.
Do you think we'll be robots in heaven? Do you think Jesus was a robot?
Do I think Jesus? No, I think Jesus is God. God's not a robot. The Bible tells us that Jesus became or made himself or took the form of a servant and was obedient to the Father. Now, could Jesus have declined? I don't know. But
see, I think if I may be perfectly blunt, brother, I think this is something you need to wrestle with more than you are, because this is a inescapable situation. It's not. This isn't me being arrogant or brash. It is just simply the fact, and the only reason you're rejecting it out of your own.
Well, here's the problem, though, CJ. Okay, I hear you. I see what you're saying. The problem is that the Bible tells us there was no death and there was no sin before Adam fell.
Right. There was no sin as in nobody had sin.
Hang on.
Sorry.
If you're going to argue that Adam had a sinful nature before he fell, then the Bible's a lie, because there was sin before the fall. So there's something else going on that I haven't figured out, but I'm not willing to concede that there was sin before the fall. And that's what a sinful nature would be, right?
In order for him to have the tendency, this slight tendency towards sin can still be a thing without sin itself being a thing, because sin is the action. Sin is the actual defiance. The tendency is just what led to it.
I don't know if I agree with that, because it's if the heart is corrupted, that's where the evil thoughts originate, and then you choose to act on the evil thoughts. But I would contend, or at least now, I don't believe Adam had those evil thoughts going on that he had to choose to either act on or not act on.
I'd agree with that.
So
that's why I say it's whatever it is a sliver. Whatever it is, because there is a difference. Scripture's clear on that.
That's what I'm saying.
Be a difference, right? But just as obvious as it is that there must be a difference, that there's something that enters in after that makes us more sinful, right? It is equally clear if you were like Jesus, or if you were like we will be when we're glorified, in that you had absolutely no tendency whatsoever, 0% to sin, then it would never happen. Jesus, in the wilderness, is tested. He could have sinned.
No, he couldn't.
He didn't. See what I'm saying? Like he if he decided to, he could have decided to follow the tempter there, Satan, but he didn't. Why didn't he?
I don't believe he could.
Well, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that, like,
his lips would magically stop working if he tried to tell a lie?
No, I'm saying that Jesus had no desire to do
There you go.
evil. He would never do evil.
Exactly.
Like the thought of lust never crossed his mind.
Exactly.
The thought of lying has never crossed his mind. The thought of murder has never crossed his mind. Anything.
Exactly.
See, because this gets to the whole thing is that sin is birthed in the heart or the soul, the mind, if you will. You dwell on it, you act on it, and then it comes outwardly. Jesus had no inward corruption to act on.
Exactly.
Right,
Spot
and that's what I'm
on.
trying to
Amen.
figure out.
Hallelujah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out is because the Bible tells us that this inward corruption or inward fall happened after Adam sinned. So it couldn't exist before Adam sinned. So why did Adam sin? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I really don't know fully. But all I know is that what we're talking about, this inward thing that goes on happens after the fall, not before the fall.
See, but you got to hear how that's a contradiction, right? You're saying on one end, the reason Jesus couldn't sin, me and you aren't saying something different when I say Jesus could have if he wanted to, and you say no, he couldn't. We're not.
Well, there's a huge difference here. Number one, Adam was just human. Jesus is fully God. So there's a big difference.
Right, but as it pertains to this, it's like, because we can say, okay, that's a big difference. And it's like, okay, but why? As it pertains to the will, why is that different? And you just explained why, right? It's because there's no desire in him whatsoever.
Right. The Bible says that in him there's no darkness at all.
Whatsoever. Exactly.
He's God.
And that's the reason. It's not that he didn't have free will. It's not that he doesn't, he has the physical capacity to lie. He has fingers. He could slap somebody if he wants. You know what I mean? You can go on the list of things. It's not like he has a emotional incapacity. He's fully human, mentally, physically, emotionally, right? So what is it that keeps him from sinning? It's he has what we call a nature. His nature is such a way that he has absolutely no desire to do any sin, including something as simple as turning the rocks into bread, which I'm not even 100% sure I know why that's a sin. I don't, but apparently it would have been because it was something that Satan was testing him with. So if that's why Jesus doesn't sin, even though there's a tempter, Adam being tested fails. Why?
I don't know.
Well, and to be fair, you're free to sit on that. I guess we could probably go on this forever, but I think that the answer given.
Here's the thing: there are gaps in our knowledge. The Scriptures doesn't tell us everything, but I do know that the Bible tells us that there was no death and there was no sin before Adam fell. So, if we're going to say that Adam had a corrupted nature before he sinned, then there was sin and death before the fall. So there's something going on here, and I can't agree that there was this corruption like you're talking about before the fall. Why did he sin? I don't know, and I'm okay to just leave it at that.
Well, and I won't put it further because we've been talking about that for a minute. But nevertheless, I hope the point has been made so people can read back, and you too, right? We can all listen back to this and see.
Sure.
Who's wrong, who's right, why they're wrong, why they're right, whether or not it even matters, so on and so forth. So
can we get back to can we talk about the eternal decree?
Well, I think this is in the eternal decree. I think this whole subject is related because essentially what I'm trying to demonstrate by demonstrating this is that if, and I know you disagree, but I'll just to assume it for the sake of the argument. And by the way, Kelby, that's actually literally my point. Adam's not perfect. So if Adam has the slightest concupiscence whatsoever, the only person that could logically have decreed that to take place would be God, because it's before he's tempted. It's before he's even created. The nature has to come from somewhere. It doesn't just spontaneously exist, right? So I think that is related to the decree. Now,
well, CJ, like I said in that video that I made a response to, If you can just show me one passage, one verse of scripture that tells us God has determined every single thing that happens in reality, I will stop attacking Reformed theology. I will stop calling out the tulip, and I'll convert to some form of Calvinism.
Do you need
Can you
it in
just show
those
me?
exact words, or can it be similar to the way we believe God is fully man, fully or Jesus is fully man, fully God? And the
I want to
scripture
see a
knows
verse that
exact
tells
words.
me that God has determined everything.
Right. So what I'm asking is, can it be similar to the hypostatic union where there's no verse that says that explicitly in those exact words, but there is verses which very clearly must be understood that way? Or do you need the exact words?
Well, why don't you show me the verse and we'll see what it's saying in the context.
I have a couple. Romans 1:11, in whom we have obtained an inheritance, being predestined according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. Emphasis here, works all things after the counsel of his own will. The word counsel there is boule. Boule can literally be translated as decree. And bare minimum, Ephesians 1:11. Bare minimum, boule must mean counsel or deliberate plan. In fact, to quote, I believe it is, it might be Strong's, it might be Thayer's. It's one of the ones on Bible Hub. But if I could quote them, they say the deliberate action of God as it relates to his immutable plan.
Okay.
So this passage here, Romans 1:11, says God works all things after the boule of his own will, after the decree. Everything works after God's decree. Or another way you can understand this is to say everything works after the immutable aspects of God's plan.
So working things together is not the same thing as determining them.
I don't know. I mean, squares are squares are circles is basically what you
No.
I don't mean to be I got to be blunt with this because it's so obviously is. It's almost like I don't even know what to do with that sentence.
CJ, you gotta be kidding me, man. No. Okay. So I want to show the difference. I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Okay. Trying to think of a good way to analogy to show you. Okay, so I'll start with working together first, and then we'll do the decree thing. So working together, working things together. That would be let's say let's say I have I want to send out a letter, and I write this letter, right? And I have my nieces and nephews copy it because it's a very important letter. I need to go somewhere that I'm not able to go take it myself. That's the best that I have available to me is them to hand copy these letters, okay? And so they copy it, but they make mistakes in their copies. So the copies get sent out to whoever was supposed to be reading it. They read it, and they get the general sense of what I was saying, but there's still a lot of errors in it. I can still work with that, though. I can work that together for good, even though it's not I can work it together, right? Whereas a decree would be me. There isn't. Okay, so I make a robot, right? I make a robot that's programmed to exactly copy the letter and send it out. And I'm gonna send these robots that will make perfect exactly. That would be me decreeing versus me working circumstances together for good. I guess that's like the best way I could explain it. So it's the same thing as Romans 8. He works things together for the good of those who love him. It's not that he's decreeing all things to work together. It's that he's using free-willed agents to work things together for good.
So let me tell you why that doesn't work. Because first off, the verse here says works all things after the counsel of his will, which would mean that the mistakes there, it's not that you're working with these mistakes that were made because you can make it work. The mistakes there would be part of the plan, right? Secondly, there's a couple Greek terms here we have to understand, right? So the way if you were to look at it in a interlinear, it would literally sound like working according to the counsel of the will of him. Okay, that word "according to," which here in the translation that you have is after, but it's I believe this is the KJV that you have, if I'm remembering.
Yes, it is.
Sounds like it. So the word "kata," again, literally would translate to, at least in this usage, because it's got a pretty wide semantic range, according to or by way of, right? So the literal understanding of this verse would be who works out everything according to his the counsel of his own will, or by way of the counsel of his own will, right? Now those are words that are, or terms, if you go by way of, I guess according to would be a term too, because it's two words, that are pretty fickle to get out of, right? Because he's saying all things, every single thing is worked according to, meaning, I guess I don't have a dictionary right in front of me, but according to would have to mean following the manner of, or by way of, which is even more explicit. It's literally the path. You could say depending on would be another way you could say according to. So that's the first word that makes this super difficult to get out of if you're a non-reformed. He works everything by way of or according to the boule, that's counsel. And that word counsel is a perfectly fine translation. I'm not saying you have to translate it otherwise. But what does counsel mean? A resolved plan, decree, or again, to quote, let's see, I actually have it here. Was it Thayer's? Thayer's says counsel or purpose. No, it was the Helps word study. Properly, a resolved plan used particularly of the immutable aspect of God's plan, purposefully arranging all physical circumstances, which guarantees every scene of life works to his eternal purpose. Okay, so that's the second word that makes this ridiculously difficult to get out of if you are a non-Calvinist. Because essentially, here is what is being said now that we have a proper understanding of those terms. God works every single thing by way of his eternal decree. That is not only a perfectly fine way to understand that verse, it's almost certainly what the verse is saying. And I only say almost certainly because I want to take into account the fact that I'm just some 26-year-old kid on YouTube. But I'll put it to you this way. I am as confident that that is what is being said as I am confident in the phrase, that is what is being said, means that's what's being said. You know what I mean? Like, it's so plain, not only in the English, but also when you're actually reading what the underlying Greek words mean, that it is not possible to properly understand this verse in a way which is not reformed. God predestined according to, meaning by way of, the purpose of him who works all things by way of his decree. I mean, you can't even get more explicit than that. Like if I paid you to give me a more Calvinistic verse than Ephesians 1:11, you'd actually have to give me my money back because you couldn't do it.
Well, you said a lot there, and I don't think you really refuted my point. Now, you're going through these dictionaries and stuff, okay, but there isn't where are these translations that translate it that it says God has decreed or determined all things after the counsel of his own will. I haven't seen a translation that does that. It's always works things together.
I think we're looking at one. I think the English is perfectly sufficient. I just think the Greek makes it more obvious. But the English, I mean, the first time I read this verse, I wasn't even a Calvinist, and it caused a crisis of faith. Because I was like, there's no way this could be true in a non-Calvinistic view. Now, that's just me. I could just have been ill-informed, right? I'm not a super person. But, like, I think the English is perfectly sufficient here. I only go to the Greek to demonstrate, yeah, it's pretty clear that my understanding of the English here is definitely the correct one. Not because it's my understanding, by the way, in case somebody's out there saying, oh, so you're the Holy Spirit? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if the word kata means according to or by way of, and in fact, in many translations, that is just how it's said. Here it says after, which is perfectly fine. But if that's what it means, then he works all things according to the boule, that is his decree or the immutable aspects of his plan.
Wait, hold on, hang on. Where are you seeing decree? Decree is not in the text.
The word boule, the word counsel is the Greek word boule. The word that word means, like I said, I just read it here for you, right? I'll read it again. Quoting here from the Help Study Bible. If I can go up to it, there it is. Properly, a resolved plan used in particular of the immutable aspect of God's plan.
Reflection, counsel. It can mean decree, aim, esteem. Denotes deliberation, reflection, the assembly of the council. Executing the will of God. Yep. Refers only to God's own purpose. Signifies the will urging onto action. Yeah. Signifies the decision, should be translated according to the decision or the plan of his will.
Notice it uses Ephesians 1:11 as a demonstration of that exact thing you just read, according to the plan of his will.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what
he is working things together after his will. And what is the will being talked about in Ephesians?
Well, in this particular case,
in whom we have obtained an inheritance, being predestined according to the purpose of him who works things together with counsel of his own will, that we should be the praise to his glory. So it's talking about he works things according to the counsel of his will for those who trust Christ. This is not talking about all things in reality necessarily.
Well, except that he actually literally uses the phrase "all things."
Yeah, he works all things for the good of those who. This is a second witness to Romans chapter 8. So this verse is not telling us that if my cat died tomorrow, that's because God determined it. This verse is just saying that he works everything that happens in reality for good to those who love God.
But it doesn't.
He can do that without determining every little thing.
It doesn't just say that, though, right? It says that he's working all things according to this. According to the phrase "according to."
Yes, and what is his
by
will?
way of?
His will is to help his children.
Yeah, but that doesn't what his will is in this instance is entirely irrelevant.
No, it's not.
I can agree with that 100%, and my point. In fact, I do agree with it 100%, and my point still stands. That's why it's irrelevant, because it doesn't put you in one camp or the other. Okay, he works all things. That means everything. According to, that means as stated by or by way of the counsel, the boule, the immutable aspects of his plan, the deliberate action, the decree. You saw the different ways it can be translated. They all say the same thing, of his own will. He works everything according to the decree of his own will is literally what Ephesians 1:11 says.
No, that's your interpretation.
I would challenge anybody out there, not just you. I would challenge anybody out there to not find me an interpretation
that is correct, because I am 100% confident you can't do that. I would like you to find me an interpretation that is even reasonable, because I don't think that you could do that.
CJ, you're taking the word counsel and turning it into eternal decree.
That's what it means.
No, it's one of the meanings.
No, you just read all of the possible meanings. Its meaning is God's
You
plan.
really want to play this game right now? All right.
We just went through it. I'll read it one more time from that Help Study Bible, and we don't even have to do it. It lists Thayer's, it lists Strong's. Bible Hub is very useful, right? Again, properly, the word boule, properly, a resolved plan.
Wait, what are you talking about? Boule? No, it's energeo. Worketh?
No, the word counsel.
Oh, sorry.
Properly, a resolved plan used particularly of the immutable aspects of God's plan, purposefully arranging all physical circumstances, which guarantees every scene of life works to his eternal purpose. That's the Helps Word Study. Strong's usage is counsel, deliberate wisdom, decree. You can go to Thayer's Greek Lexicon, counsel or purpose, right? And where he lists Ephesians 1:11, he says counsel of his will. Strong's Exhaustive Concordance says volition, advice, purpose, advice, counsel, will. This, I mean, I have to be straightforward with it. This is not escapable. It's just as unescapable as the previous one. This is one of those instances. You asked me to give you a verse, and I found you one that says it as clearly as it could possibly be said.
But CJ, it does not say God has determined everything after his own will. It says he works things together according to his will, or the counsel of his will. It's not that he's determined everything. That's not what the verse is saying. That's what you wanted to say, but it doesn't say that.
What does according to mean?
According to, in agreement with, I guess.
So everything happens in agreement with his decree?
Well, no, his will.
Tomato, my friend.
Well, no, I don't use the word decree because that's got baggage with it.
Let's use plan. Everything happens in agreement with God's plan?
Yes.
Okay, you're a Calvinist. You just said a Calvinist sentence. There's not a single Arminian on the planet, nor non-reformed, who would actually consistently agree with that statement. Not one.
What are you talking about? Wait. Everything that happens in reality is because either God allows it or God caused it.
Yeah, everything happens in agreement with God's plan. So
right. So there's nothing beyond the scope of God's knowledge. So if God did not want something to happen,
is a different thing.
CJ, come on, man.
No, you're changing the subject.
Beyond no, I'm telling you.
We're talking about in agreement with his plan. So
CJ,
would you say the Holocaust was in agreement with God's plan?
Ultimately, yes.
There you go.
Can I elaborate or
good?
I don't believe God determined the Holocaust. I believe he used that evil thing to accomplish good. I don't believe it had to be decreed, but he worked it according to his plan. Yes, I have no problem there.
So it was in agreement with his plan, even though it actually wasn't his plan. He just worked it after the fact.
Yeah.
If it wasn't his plan?
Because he worked it together for good. The Holocaust itself was not good. Am I lagging?
I didn't say it was good. But if the Holocaust itself was not in his plan, then it's not in agreement with his plan.
CJ, you cannot. Okay, everything that happens in reality, God either allows or causes. I'm arguing that God allowed the Holocaust to work together for his plan.
But are you saying that the Holocaust was part of his plan?
I'm saying he allowed it and then he used it as a part of his plan.
Okay.
That is not what in agreement with his plan means. It's just fundamentally not what the words mean.
But if he wanted to stop it, he could have, but he allowed it.
Of course.
So
That's one of the
I mean,
arguments I use to demonstrate why the whole concept of God allowing and determining is completely irrelevant. But as it pertains to this particular issue, in agreement with his plan, if I say, we're going to go to the store, we're going to buy some milk, we're going to go home and watch Star Wars. I don't know. Right? Those are the 3 points of my plan. Right? And we go there and we actually buy eggnog. And then we go, Andrew, okay, well, then that's not in agreement with my plan. It's not in my plan. In order for it to be in agreement with my plan, it has to be one of the things I planned.
CJ, we both agree that God knows what's going to happen.
Right.
So God knowing what's going to happen, even as wicked as Adolf Hitler was, can allow him to do terrible things and somehow bring good out of those terrible things. So he's working it together according to his will to fit the plan. So ultimately, yes, the results of it would be part of the plan, but it's not that God determined the Holocaust.
But the Holocaust, if the results of it were part of his plan, that would mean the Holocaust was part of his plan, right?
Tomato, tomato.
I that's fair, but what you're doing is effectively conceding.
The whole thing I'm trying to argue is that the Holocaust. I'm just trying to argue that the Holocaust was not determined. I believe it was foreknown, and God chose to allow it. Or if you prefer the language, God has determined to allow it to occur for a good purpose, then fine. I would agree with that. But if you're saying that God determined the evil that Hitler was committing, I would say no. And I don't think that's what Ephesians 1:11 is saying either.
Yeah, I would just, I mean, we can leave it, but I'd just point out, if it's in agreement with his plan, and specifically the immutable aspects of his eternal plan, as is said in Thayer's and Strong's and Helps, then it has to be part of the plan. It can't be something he's just using to his advantage. It has to be actually a part of his plan. And I would also point out, according to is probably better represented by the phrase by way of or as stated in. In agreement with would be close, but if you were to look up, like for example, when you look up kata, its secondary phrase next to according to is by way of. And I'm fairly certain the definition of the word according is actually as stated by. So, in agreement with is serviceable, but it does not actually get to the full breadth of the word.
Okay. Well, I just see Ephesians 1:11 and Romans 8:28 as cross-reference passages for each other. You know,
I
the
didn't
God is
necessarily
working
disagree with that per se.
right. So because God is working things together for those who love him does not mean that he's determined every aspect of reality, every decision, every thought, and every whatever. You know, like I think that's a logical leap. You're welcome to make it if you want, but I'm not doing that.
All right, one last thing, because I'll let that rest, because again, the point's been made. We can keep going over it and beating a dead horse if we like, but it doesn't help anything. But I just want to make one last point, which is you asked the question, and I said I'd get to this, so I pinned it and I wrote it here. You asked the question, how can God decree something that is evil and still be holy? Now, you and I both agree that the cross was decreed.
Well, no. The exact question was, how can God be holy if he has determined everything, which would include all sins, including moral evil.
Right.
Yeah.
So we both agree, of course, that the cross was determined, right?
Yes.
And Acts 4:28, of course, says that they all gathered together to do what his hand and his boule, that's counsel again, or decree, determined beforehand to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did was evil, right?
Yes.
Well, if God can do it one time, there is no logical issue with him doing it many times. Let me explain.
Okay, so I want to point out something that you're not seeing. So the verse tells us that the event was determined. Absolutely. What was not determined was the sinful thoughts and intents of the hearts of the men that did the crucifixion.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't at all. Not even in
It
the slightest.
absolutely does.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? Because God's holiness.
I mean, why? How does it change God's holiness if he decreed the evil action? He decreed the actual sin, but he just didn't decree the motivation. How does that make a difference?
Because, like, again, we're talking about God's foreknowledge. If I send Jesus to this event or to this generation, they're going to crucify him. And that's how he chose to determine it. He didn't have to plant the sinful thought in the Romans, in the centurions, and the Jewish leaders of Israel to make them crucify Jesus. Right? Remember what the Bible says, in God there is no darkness at all. So the darkness didn't come from God to the people. The darkness came from them. God, foreknowing what they would do, he sent Jesus to that exact generation. That's how he determined it.
So the word determine in this case just loses all of its meaning. It doesn't actually mean determine.
No, you're assuming determine means force.
No, I'm not assuming determine means force. I'm assuming determine means determine. You're on mute. You're not on mute anymore.
Yeah, I'm saying that God, that's the way God determined the event, was sending Jesus to that specific generation 2,000 years ago because they had become so hard and callous that they would crucify Jesus. So the Father sent Jesus to that generation. Knowing that's what they do, that's how he determined it. And that's why he waited till that specific time, because the generation before wouldn't have crucified him. So it's not that God had to also determine their hatred towards Jesus in order for them to do the crucifixion. You see, and that's what I'm saying, is when you're seeing the word determined and you're thinking of like a robot, like God's like sending codes to the Pharisees, crucify Jesus, go to Pontius Pilate, and then it's like, I'm going to go to Pontius Pilate and have him crucify Jesus. That's not how it happened.
Right, but that's not what any Calvinist believes, at least not any that I know of.
Right, but that seems to be what you're implying.
No, I'm simply implying that it means determine. And if I may, I think the only reason why you're trying to, because really this is a redefinition of the word determine. We're saying, well, he determined it through foreknowledge. And I'll get in a second to why that doesn't work just straight up textually.
Okay.
But we've already established in conversations going years back that foreknowledge is not causative. What the word determine means is to cause or to establish, right? So God caused, they gathered together to do whatsoever God caused or established. That's just full stop. It's a determined event, right?
But God did not cause them to crucify Jesus.
How he causes them to do it is an interesting question. I guess I'm not 100% sure. But
okay, right. That's the heart of the issue. What I'm saying is that God determined it in a way where all he had to do was send Jesus to that generation and then sit back. And then they just did what they did. He didn't have to, take the murderous thought and shove it into their mind. Like, yeah, act on that. There you go. You know what I mean? Like,
so there's a couple of reasons that doesn't work textually, though. So the first reason is that Acts chapter 4, first off, the word that he uses is determined beforehand. It's literally predetermined, right? So when we're using the word predestination, That's as just a straight up translation of the word. He predestined the event. That's the first problem. The second problem, he predestines the event by his hand. Hand is a biblical metaphor both for your power and your work, and by his counsel / boule / decree.
Okay.
The fourth problem is, or the third problem rather, is Acts chapter 2 gives us a very similar sentence. Let me see if I can find it here. Let's see. Acts chapter 2, verse 23, where he says, him being delivered by the determinate counsel and foreknowledge. So it already takes into account the foreknowledge and also his determining. They're both in operation. Right? And this is why I say that, like, when you say, well, he didn't determine the thoughts of their hearts and stuff like that. The reason it's not relevant is because crucifying Jesus is the actual sin. That is the sin. Me and you both said earlier, you don't necessarily always have control over your thoughts. You have control over whether or not you act on them. Right? So God's not necessarily going to hold a homosexual who's converted to Christianity accountable for still having the temptation. He holds him accountable for whether or not he did it, whether or not he's lusting after the man or wanting to kiss the man or whatever, going and doing what he does, right? Those are the things. So the actual sin in this instance is crucifying Christ. So God determined by his hand and by his will sin, but he's still holy. If he can do it once because he has holy and righteous purposes for doing so, there is no logical issue with him doing it more than once.
Done. I want to share something with you. I'm lagging pretty hard. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you before, but I can now.
Hold on. I don't know why I'm lagging. Let me try that. Oh my gosh. Sorry, my internet just dropped like crazy. Wow.
That's all right.
All right, I'm going to leave my camera off for a minute just to save bandwidth. I don't know why that happened. Oh, what happened? I wanted to share that. Here. Okay. Share screen. Why? Oh my gosh. All right, CJ, I'm going to exit StreamYard and come right back. It's not working. You might just give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Kelvin, you don't think it's a little odd that you're saying I have to be claiming knowing is causing while I'm actually going against Kevin, who's saying he caused it by foreknowing? Isn't that a little weird?
Here we go.
I don't know. Something to think about, man.
All right. Can you see that, or is that too small? Do I need to blow that up? Even if, let's see, I'll make it full screen.
Yeah, I can see this.
Let me make it a little bigger. Oh, that's too big. Okay. All right. Acts 4:23-28. When they had been released, they went to their own comparisons and reported all the chief priests and the elders said to them. And when they heard this, they lifted their voices to God with one accord and said, O Lord, it is you who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and all that in them is. By whom the Holy Spirit, through your mouth of our father David, your servant, said, Why did the Gentiles rage and the peoples devise futile things. The kings of the earth took their stand, and the rulers were gathered together against the Lord and against his Christ. For truly in this city were they gathered together against your holy servant Jesus, whom you have anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate, along with the Gentiles and the people of Israel, to do whatever your hand and your purpose predestined to occur. So this article is from a website called examiningcalvinism.com. I check this out sometimes, but anyway, he's gonna quote James White, essentially making a similar argument to CJ. He says, Calvinist James White claims, where does God's foreknow appear in the text? Luke's words are to do whatever your hand or your purpose determined to occur, Acts 4:28. What occurred was the greatest sinful act of all human history. It was predestined to happen. God's intentions were good, men's were evil. God's decree took place. Man is properly accountable. And then he goes on, and here's the question. Why is it that when Calvinists come to Acts 4:28, they seem to completely forget about Acts 2:23? This man delivered over by the predestined plan and foreknowledge of God, you nailed to a cross by the hands of godless men who put him to death. What sense does it make to point out that the foreknowledge is not reiterated in Acts 4:28? What's the point? This no longer applies? To a Calvinist, it's not it's not reiterated in verse 28 because foreknowledge is identical to foreordination. So I agree. It seems like a lot of Calvinists conflate foreknowledge and predestination together. And the author of the article goes on to say, yes, God predestined Calvary, but he did so contingently on, and that's where foreknowledge comes into play. So it's perfectly accurate for Calvinists to point out that Calvary was predetermined. But it's not legitimate for Calvinists to ignore the fact that Scripture adds foreknowledge into the picture. He goes on and says, does Scripture show that God's plans are based upon his foreknowledge? Yes, Exodus, and he gives a bunch of references. So Exodus 3:19 through 20, but I know that the kings of Egypt will not permit you to go except under compulsion. So I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt with miracles, and I will do in the midst, blah, blah, blah. Am I merely affirming foreknowledge and denying God's predetermined purpose? He says it depends on how you define God's predetermined purpose. Because if you define it as Calvinism is in Calvin's antecedent, exhaustive, malicious decree of whatsoever comes to pass, then yes. Under that Calvinist definition, I certainly do deny it. However, if you define God's determined purpose as God's consequent actions like in Exodus 3:19 through 20 and use signs and miracles and hardening, then yes, I affirm God's determined purpose. And I also affirm that God has, based on his determined purpose, conditionally upon his precedent knowledge of people's thoughts and intentions of their hearts, like Pharaoh in Exodus 3:19 through 20 and Joseph's brothers in Genesis 50:20. This provides a very logical foundation for understanding God's predetermined plan and foreknowledge of God. In Acts 2:23, citing Exodus 3:19 through 20, to Calvinists is so important in showing how God's foreknowledge is the basis for his plans. Calvinism teaches that God ordains sin by virtue of having decreed whatever comes to pass. Though most Calvinists are careful not to say that God is the author of sin, it would seem that Calvinists want to save the cake and eat it too, but you can't do both. And those aren't my words, I'm not being snarky. I don't think he's trying to be snarky either, but anyway. So the denial from Calvinists seems to be contradictory. However, in response to the moral dilemma of teaching that God decreed whatever comes to pass, including such things as rape and abortion, Calvinists commonly point to the cross, stating, aside from rape and abortion, God decreed the worst sin of all time, namely the killing of the innocent Son of God at Calvary. So Calvinists cite God's predestination of Calvary as a way to lessen the severity of predestining all sin. Yet non-Calvinists are left puzzled as why Calvinists should think that God did something unseemly with respect to Calvary. And the answer is that deterministic Calvinists believe that God predestined all the thoughts and intentions and actions of those who crucified Jesus. Yes, that's not what non-Calvinists believe. Non-Calvinists believe that God knew the independent thoughts and intentions of the evildoers. Then he planned to let them have their own way as to bring Calvary to pass. Yeah, right, exactly. And that's what I was arguing. But not in the way that he or any way remote controlled their evil thoughts and intentions. However, from the Calvinist perspective, even if you were to merely allow your child to be killed, that's a moral evil. But in this case, it's a sacrifice to save more lives, and hence there is nothing immoral in that. As an analogy, if a group of invaders demanded the life of one of your community, and you chose your own son rather than to sacrifice someone else, then who would claim that you had done something immoral? So the Calvinists claim that Calvary was a sin that is rooted in their own worldviews, absolute determinism. Anyway, I can keep going. There's still a lot more to this article, but I don't want to bore you to death. But you see where he's coming at with the article here, CJ.
I mean, I see what he's trying to say, but I think honestly that it's terrible theology, honestly.
Wow.
Because first and foremost, he's saying things that would ultimately, that you ever hear the phrase "prove too much," right? He says, "Why is anything unseemly happen at Calvary? Obviously, it's a good thing because there was, to paraphrase, because there was a righteous purpose in mind, or to be more precise, because he's sacrificing for the good of the world, right?" But Calvinists affirm that that's why any sin happens, is because God has a righteous purpose in mind. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If I can say God can determine all evil acts for an ultimately righteous purpose, that is no different than you saying God can determine some evil acts for an ultimately righteous purpose. Because we both say God is not impugned in his holiness if he determines evil, so long as the evil ultimately results in a righteous purpose. So that's the first problem. The second problem that I see here that makes this, I think, awful is this use of the word consequent. Consequent means following as a result of. So God doesn't have an immutable plan, apparently. He doesn't have a goal he's trying to accomplish. He only plans to do things as a result of human will. So he's got to wait for the people to do what they do, and then, okay, now I get to enact my little element of my plan here, which is, I mean, if I can just be frank, a very neutered God. He doesn't have his own plan. He has consequent plans. He is picking up the pieces and trying to build the Lincoln Logs up to a cabin.
Well, hang on a second, though. It's not that he has to wait for humans and then he adjusts his plan accordingly. He already knows what they're going to do. So it's not changing his plan.
But consequent, by definition, means following. He has to, in order for it to be consequent, even if it's knowledge before.
Hang on. Are you talking about temporal order or eternal?
Either way, just the basic use of the word consequent. The only way it could be a consequent plan is if it follows either the knowledge of or the action of what man does. Because consequent, by its very definition, is following.
Well, CJ, how is that a problem? So if before creation God knew, what, fill in the blank, and then thus decides that he's going to respond in such, that there's no problem there. It's still part of his plan. He has a response. He's still in control.
Because it's all response. It's all reactionary. You've turned God into a reactionary being, right, rather than a sovereign being.
No. It's not that God is reactionary. He already knows what's going to happen, and he already has planned according.
Okay, but we have to stick to what the word actually means. This is the problem I think you're missing. If it's logically following the actions, okay, it can't be simultaneous. The only way
that's why I asked you, if you're talking about temporal, it seems like God is responding to what we're doing, but that's not the case in eternity.
No, I'm talking about period, whether it's eternal or temporal. Because he said it's his consequent plan. That means it's the plan that follows the decisions of man. It's a reaction to the decisions of man. Now,
it appears to us it's a reaction.
Certainly it can appear to us, but it appears to us that God changes his mind sometimes, but he doesn't.
And I know he doesn't. Right,
exactly. So appearances can be deceptive as it pertains to us because we're not eternal beings, right? But according to what... Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. That's why it's not a problem. It may seem like God's reacting to things, but again, these are things he's already accounted for. It's part of the plan.
See, but what you're saying and what the guy was just saying are not the same thing.
right?
Are you
You're
sure?
saying it seems like he's reacting. What the guy you were just quoting said is he is. You said it was his consequent plan. Consequent, by definition, is following, right? It comes logically after, right? So God, now you're saying it could
Well, here's the thing, though.
That's fine.
Well, but here's the thing. So God's plan can't happen before the human did the thing, right? So here, let think about this. It's not possible for humans to have redemption without Christ dying on the cross. So temporally speaking, God has to wait for the crucifixion to occur first. But,
right, but
eternally,
you keep getting mixed up on this temporal eternal distinction, though. What I'm trying to tell you is it works either way. Let's take it to eternity. Okay. If the plan in eternity past is God's consequent plan, which to a certain extent doesn't even make sense because it's eternity past, but let's just roll with it. If it's his consequent plan, that means in eternity, God first knew human beings and then reacted to them after. If that's not what happened, God doesn't have a consequent plan. God either has a simultaneous plan in which they both happen at the same time, or he has an antecedent plan, which is what he's refuting, which is God has a plan and then human beings do what they do. Okay?
Well, but CJ, aren't you being a bit pedantic with this?
No, because that's his entire argument. If you go back up, that is the crux of his entire argument, is that Calvinists believe God has an antecedent plan, and the non-reformed believe that God has a consequent plan. Right here. It depends on how you define God's determined purpose, because if you define it as Calvinism, as in Calvinism's antecedent, exhaustive, meticulous decree of whatsoever comes to pass, then yes, under the Calvinist definition, I certainly do deny it being God's determined purpose. However, if you define God's determined purpose as God's consequent actions, like at Exodus 3:19 through 20, which I think is a misunderstanding of Exodus 3, but we'll ignore that for a minute, to use signs, miracles, and hardenings, then yes, I affirm God's determined purpose, and I also affirm that God based his determined purpose conditionally on his prescient knowledge of people's thoughts and intentions of the heart, like the Pharaoh of Exodus. And by the way, just for the record, while we're here, that's another word, prescient, having or showing knowledge of events before they take place. I actually just read that one out of the dictionary to make sure I got it right. So he is explicitly, that is the whole crux of his argument, explicitly making the argument. Calvinists say God has an antecedent plan that comes logically before man's actions. We understand God to have a conditional, prescient, consequent plan that is reacting to what man does.
Right, but
ultimately makes God not sovereign. God is simply a being who reacts to his creation.
But the problem is that you're not putting into consideration is that God foreknows what they're going to do.
That's what that word prescient means. But it's still a reaction. He's still reacting to what he foreknows.
What's wrong with that?
Because it means he's not ultimately sovereign. His plan is based on whatever his creation does. He doesn't have his own plan. He only has reactions to what his creation does.
But that's him working things together after the counsel of his own will.
Not really.
Yes, it is.
No, it's God simply reacting to the cards he's been dealt.
No, that seems to be a straw man to me.
It's not a straw man, it's an argument. I'm not saying that's what you affirm. I'm saying that.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying you think that's the logical outcome?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I disagree, but okay, I hear you, but I disagree with your outcome, with what you're logically following, because okay, let's say if you put yourself in the place of God and you have infinite knowledge of all things, so you're letting things happen, and because this happened, well, that means this is going to happen this way, this is going to happen this way, and then I'm going to prepare, and this is over here, this is over here. To me, that no way takes away from his sovereignty. It in no way takes away of his kingship, of him being in control, because he's still allowing things to happen. If he doesn't want something to happen, he doesn't have to allow it to happen at all.
Well,
So if you want to, yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say there is, you've heard my argument before about well, maybe you haven't. I guess I don't know how far you got in my book, but I assume you've heard my argument as to why I think that ultimately is a issue for non-reformed people, that God is the sole reason something can come to pass and yet allows it anyway. But even setting that aside for a moment, you obviously bring up the point, and if we set that to the side, I can say it's a fair point, except that ultimately, so that this decision, if we just go back to eternity, nothing's been created. This decision exists in the mind of God somehow. We don't know how. And to be fair, I'm not necessarily saying that is yet too much of a problem. But it's like, James White once said in a debate with William Lane Craig, quote unquote debate, it was really more of a dialogue. He talked about well, how does God have this foreknowledge? Is there some essence of James White floating out in the ether, making decisions that are just the way it is? And this is why we use by we, I mean me and James, use the God is dealing with the cards he's been dealt option, because he doesn't have any sort of sovereignty over the decisions themselves. They just kind of exist somehow, some reason. We don't know why, right?
Could I say if he wanted to, he could, but he chose not to. He actually chose to let human beings make their own decisions.
And I think that lessens it a little bit. I'll give you that. I think it.
Because my argument is that God is so powerful that he can still accomplish his purposes and his will through people that actually make their own decisions. You see, so here's the thing, and I'm not trying to insult you, and please don't take it personal, but it seems to me like the Calvinist depiction of God is like this. You have God, he's a chess player, and what he's doing is he's controlling both sides of the board to moving the piece. You know what I'm saying? I think God is so sovereign and so awesome that he can actually have someone sitting across from him actually playing against him, and he still wins every time, no matter what, because he's just so good. Whereas the Calvinist depiction is the only reason why God wins is because he's controlling the other player, making them move a certain way. You know what I'm saying? I think God's more sovereign than that.
Right, but and like I said, I think that could lessen it a little bit, but I still don't think it gets it completely off the hook, because we still have an issue where in eternity there is decisions that exist somehow, in so much as that God knows they will for sure happen if he creates the way he intends to create. We'll say he has path A, and if he creates on path A, Kevin will make decision A, right?
Okay.
And why that is, it's not up to God, and it's not up to Kevin, because Kevin doesn't exist yet. It just sort of is. It just is the case that if God creates in that way, Kevin will make decision A. And again, I'm putting aside the argument that.
Well, I think it's even more. I think it's even more complicated than that, because you get into also situations, right, where it's like Kevin in this situation would not choose option A, but Kevin in this situation would choose option B. So you see, it gets even more complicated, because it's not just, well, in this creation, it's in these exact circumstances. Yeah, and God knows the outcome of even that. Everything.
And that's actually where the whole concept of Molinism comes from, which I know you're not a Molinist, but they run whole hog with that God chooses entire timelines.
Okay.
But
see, I'm I don't know how I think about that, because it's very interesting, but to me, it kind of gets into I'm sure you've seen the Back to the Future movies, right?
Yes, sir.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. How do I say this? I am not 100% convinced that time is I'm not sure that it's hypothetically even possible to time travel. Okay, the past are things that happened in the past. The present is what we are in, and the future is things that are yet to happen. Could I hypothetically create a device that takes me into the future? I'm not convinced of that. The future doesn't exist yet. But I just believe that God is so powerful, he foreknows what the future is going to be. Whereas, does the past still exist? No, it's gone. But before the past happened, God knew what the past would be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't look at reality like the science fiction stuff where you can like time travel, manipulate time, Terminator stuff. Like, I'm not sure it's that like that whole. It's actually like a thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just a concept that we use to keep track of things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not convinced the past actually still exists and the future exists before it happens. But I believe God foreknows what's going to happen. Does that make sense? I'm having a hard time.
No, it does. It's I can't remember if it's B or A, but it's one of the two main theories of time that you're actually articulating. And interestingly enough, probably without even knowing it, which is cool because it means you came to that conclusion yourself. And it's like a conclusion that philosophers of time have come to doing all their big heady research. And so I do take the opposing view. I happen to think that the past and future, but of course I do, right? Obviously, it's almost, if you're a determinist, you almost have to think the past and the future exist because they're like a set.
So wait, so you think the past like still exists right now? Like there's somehow it's possible for you to access it? Like,
I don't think it would be possible for us to access it.
Okay.
But I do think it exists in so much as that. So like, for example, I can go and find dinosaur bones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a demonstration to me that the past is a real tangible thing. It did actually happen and it has carrying on existence, consequence, all that other kind of stuff. And I tend to see time as fairly set. I hate using the word destiny because destiny is got some implications that I'm not certain. But part of being a determinist, so most Calvinists I would think would agree with this, but maybe not, is that you see time as set in stone. You know what I mean? The past happened exactly as it was intended. The future will happen exactly as it is supposed to. And it's almost like reading a book in a sense, right? Where it's like it's when you get past the first chapter doesn't stop existing because it's set. It's always going to be the first chapter. And if you had access to read the book like God would, or maybe like we will in heaven, I don't know.
CJ, not to be a pedantic prick or anything, but that analogy kind of breaks down because the book as a whole always exists. Like, so like I can go back and read chapter 1 over and over and over. And again, I can skip ahead to the last chapter and read it over and over and over. But in reality, like I can't go back even, almost 400 years ago and see George Washington. Now, did he exist? Yes. But does that past still exist? Like now?
Yeah. And that's why I say I think if we were to, and the analogy I don't think can be perfect, but we would be more akin to characters, whereas God would be more akin to reader. Maybe angels. I'm not sure what their relationship to time is. Maybe us after heaven. Again, I don't really know what our relationship to time will be at that point. But so like, for example, the thing you said about time travel, I actually tend to agree with that. I think time travel is just theoretically absurd. The best you could do is it seems to me like you could put yourself in a kind of stasis where you age at such a decelerated rate that you do end up existing 1,000 years from now, but nevertheless only slightly older than you are at the moment. But in order for something like that to happen, I mean, there's all sorts of crazy physics and math that I am just not qualified to talk about.
Yeah.
And the only reason I think that could theoretically be possible is because it seems like by use of atomic clocks, we've shown that kind of thing does occur. Where like we'll send an atomic clock in space and somehow or other, I don't know the specifics, but an hour on Earth will pass and the atomic clock will come back and it'll be like 35 minutes have passed on it. And like I said, I'm not really sure how that works. I mean, science is for sure not my go-to. You may recall when I was doing all those creationism debates, I'd always tell people, look, I'm not here to debate whether or not YEC is scientifically true, because I'm not here to. I don't know. I'm not a biologist, nor do I study biology.
Right.
But I will debate if it's scripturally true because I do study scripture.
Well, I would argue that scripture demonstrates what true science is. And then if there's supposed science that disagrees with the Bible, then that's science falsely so called. It's not actual science.
Well, and I would agree with that. My only point in saying that is just to say, in those debates, I'm just pointing out to people, look, there are creationists who know the science.
Hang on a second, CJ. Hudson, hey, listen, man. I know you're an open theist and all that, and cool. I'm glad you're here. But look, man, please don't be abusive to people in the comment section. Tonight's topic is we're not talking about open theism. We're talking about God's eternal decrees and his holiness. And so please stay on topic. Do not be abusive to my moderators. You're welcome here, but I just ask that you please treat my channel with respect. And that's going to be your only warning. All right, go ahead. Sorry, CJ.
Well, no, that was just the point. I don't understand how it works, but it does seem to me like people who know more than I do believe it does, or I even have demonstrated it does. Maybe, I don't know. But that's not even really time travel. It's more like, like, you ever watch the show Futurama?
Yeah, actually, I have. I've seen a lot of those episodes, actually.
Yeah, so like when Fry is the whole premise, right? It starts with him being frozen.
Yeah,
He's not
right.
really a time traveler, though. Like he
Right.
sort of is in a way, but really he just put himself in a stasis and managed to keep himself preserved until he got to the future. But it's not like he was jumping around back and forth, So
CJ, it's the same concept. Have you seen the Alien movies with Ripley?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. They put themselves in like a stasis pod where they wake up like 100 years in the future and they're still like the same age and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
So I think that could be possible, but I also think that doesn't even really count as time travel. Of course, that's totally.
No, I think there's problems with that view too, because if you're sitting in stasis and like you're not receiving nutrients in your brain and stuff, like I think you would just die. I don't think you would just be
Totally
alive in stasis.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's science fiction. I mean, it's cool for like comic books and like movies and stuff, but I don't think it actually holds up to a can of beans in reality.
Well, and to be fair, that is a good point, right? Like, how would you survive? I know that like the way Interstellar did it is they made it to where somehow through wormholes and other such nonsense that I don't understand at all, he like only lived an hour, but it was like a year or whatever on I think it was like multiple years actually. And I have no idea how that would work either. Like, how is it? Excuse me. How is it that an hour could pass for me, but a year passes on Earth? So then 24 hours, 24 years. I have no idea. But all those things are past my pay grade, and Lord willing, I'll have some expertise in a couple subjects in about 8 years, and that's not going to be one of them. So I'll never figure it out.
So I know you're going to be going to try to get a divinity degree, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say I decided to try to start getting back into trying to learn biblical Greek again.
Nice.
And, me and Graham started on Mounts has a website where he goes through all these different plans, and you have to study Greek for at least 2 hours a day. And so I'm just refreshing my memory with the basic alphabet again and the diphthongs and stuff. And so I guess I'm going to try to do this again and just help keep myself busy, But yeah, if you're going for your Masters of Divinity, you're probably looking at least like 8 years of college, I think.
Well, so the plan right now, I'm starting school in I guess technically it's the 4th now because it's past midnight. So 15 days, I'll be going back to college. Well, I never went to college, but I'll be going back to school, going to college, right? I'm going to start with two. I'm doing dual degrees, which is not necessarily the same as a dual major. Every dual degree is dual major, but not every dual major is dual degree, is basically the way it breaks down. But at any rate, I'm going to be going for both philosophy and history. I'll only be at this current school 2 years, enough to get the associates, because since I dropped out of high school, a 4-year university won't take me. But if I score high marks on at a community college, then a 4-year will take you, right? So I'll have those. Once I have those, the plan is then to pursue doctorates in both philosophy and history, and also start on a doctorate in theology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so overall, it'll probably take me 14 years to get all three.
Yeah.
But I should have the first one done within 8, which would probably be the history. Because if I do 2 years at the community college here, I can go up to U of I, University of Idaho, do another 2 years on philosophy, 6 years on history, and start at New St. Andrews in theology. Over that same course of time, that'd be another 6 years, right? Which would mean at the end of 8 years, I'd have a bachelor's in philosophy, a master's in theology, and a doctorate in history. So then if I wanted to pursue the other 2, that would be a minimum of 4 years if I could find a university that would get up to doctorate level in both theology and philosophy. More than likely, though, since I want to go to conservative universities, I would have to do 2 years independent on theology and then another 4 years independent on philosophy. And if anybody's curious, the reason why I would want doctorates in all 3, it's because my long-term goal is to actually do professional research in all 3. When I start these shows, I ask people to contribute, and I say, "Hey, look, I'm planning on doing this as a career. I'm dead serious. I want to do the journalism of the Watchdog, apologetics, theology, history, philosophy, all that kind of stuff of unapologetics, and also I've been making music, but that one is a little bit more pie in the sky. We got to have more polymaths, man. It used to be back in the 1500s. They were like, Da Vinci was like, I'm going to invent stuff, and I'm going to paint stuff, and I'm going to sculpt stuff, and I'm going to look at stars, and I'm going to study teeth, and I'm going to study the body, and I'm going to be an expert in all of them. You know what I mean? And nowadays people are like, I'm like an expert in the Judeo-Christian tradition as it pertains to the 200s AD, specifically in the Rambam. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so specialized. It's like, and that's why we don't have geniuses anymore. I'm not that I think I'm a genius. I want to be clear on that. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. But I genuinely think that's why man is so, dumb these days. I think that's part of it, is everybody sticks to their little tiny field. You know what I mean? And then they never learn anything outside of their field. So you have some moron saying, I'm not a biologist.
Well, part of the problem is costs, right? It's so expensive because college has jacked the price up for tuition and stuff like that so high that who can afford to pursue multiple different degrees? You know what I mean?
That is true.
Yeah. And so I think that, part of this is done on purpose. They want a less informed society because they're easier to control. They're easier to manipulate. Getting into the conspiracy stuff, but
well, I kind of agree with that conspiracy, to be honest. So
you're right. And the public schools that they're prepping our kids to be good global citizens. So when the Antichrist comes, like, oh, great. Yeah, I can see all that stuff playing out. And I personally think college is a big scam. It's great to learn information, and it's great to be qualified to do something, but and to pay thousands of dollars, to give someone to give you a piece of paper says, oh, so and so is now can do this. It's like, well, I honestly rather go to a trade school and learn. You know what I'm saying? And who cares? Oh, just because some screwball out there's got a piece of paper, it doesn't, like mechanics, for example. Actually, there might even be better ones, like lawyers. You have lawyers. They both have these degrees, but then there's some lawyers that are much better than others, and so it shouldn't be the degree itself that qualifies someone for a particular thing. It should be how well they can do it. It's how knowledgeable, and so that's where you get in the problem with college. And so it's like I'm not completely opposed to college, but I also don't agree with how we're doing it. I don't know.
I have a lot of agreement with that, actually, and let me give you sort of my view and see if you agree with it. I've always kind of seen college actually at the same way I see a trade school, which is to say, I wouldn't go to a carpentry school unless I planned on working in carpentry. You know what I mean? So I was explaining this to a friend of mine who is in a ton of debt, which, by the way, that's the other thing too. I have been blessed enough to I have all the money. It's all mine. I will not take a single loan out for any of this college. Now, of course, that means I can't use it for anything else, but nevertheless, I've been blessed enough to be stable in that regard. And I think that should never take student loans. That is just if your parents don't have the money, make the money yourself. You know what I mean? But that being said, my friend who was an art student, he's in insane debt because he did 4 years and got himself an art degree, and he's thinking about potentially pursuing a doctorate in it because he's like, well, I mean, the only thing I can do is strengthen it. It's like a lost, the sunk cost fallacy. And he's like, this is all just a ridiculous scam. And he starts railing on capitalism, like it's the fault of capitalism. And I was like, my man, you don't realize if you want to be an artist, then paint stuff and publish it. An art degree is so you can go teach art. It's a super specific usage. It qualifies you to go into a school and to say, I am a professor in this subject. Or maybe to do art history, you get research grants so you can start, full time. You don't have to go work at your local job and then also go home and study. You can just do full time researching art history or philosophy of art or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's for. It's not for you to be an artist. If you want to be an artist, then paint. And maybe you'll sell them, maybe you won't, and philosophy is another good example of that, right? Like I want a philosophy degree so that I can be a partially full-time because there's obviously multiple fields I want to go into, a researcher or maybe even professor at a conservative college on that subject. If I wanted to simply be a philosopher, which I think that I think all of us really are, especially here on YouTube, we're all philosophizing to an extent. I just write books. Right? And then I'd publish them, and if people liked them, they'd read them, and if they didn't, then they wouldn't. That's all a philosopher is a guy who thinks about stuff, and then he publishes the stuff that he thought. So why would I go get a degree for that? No, the degree is so I can be paid to research it or paid to teach it. And so, basically the long story short is I see it exactly like I see a trade school. But then there's a second point. You brought up the whole thing about like it should matter how much you know. I work in the restaurant industry.
Yep.
My boss is a chef. He's like 35 years old. He's been doing this since he was 14. He went to CIA, which is the Culinary Institute of America. So he's got, all the degrees and stuff like that. So did the guy who replaced him. One of them is really good at their job. The guy who's there now, the guy who he replaced will likely never get hired again. It was that bad. You know what I mean? They both have the requisite qualifications. The difference is one of them is a good cook, and the other one just simply is not only is he not a good cook, he just doesn't care. So, like, I almost think that if you have the paper without the experience, I don't care. You can say whatever you want. I'm not going to listen to you. You know what I mean? And if you have the experience without the paper, I might listen, but you're probably not going to get the job. When you have both, now you have the attention of people, and the guy who's actually going to do the hiring has faith that you've gone through the requisite hurdles to be able to do it. You know what I mean? So they are both important to an extent. Now, that being said, funny thing Damon, my chef, did end up saying is he said that if he could take it back, he would not have gone to CIA because ultimately he probably would have gotten a cooking job anyway. The restaurant industry is so understaffed that really you don't have to get a culinary degree to be a chef. But he did. And, so anyways, that was super long and off topic, but yeah. Those are my thoughts on it. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't.
No, it's fine. I can see where you're coming from. And yeah, it's just I don't know. If I could have afforded to go to school, because I did a semester. I went to college for one semester, and I said no, I'm done. And here's another one of my big gripes that I didn't talk about is I hate that you're going for a specific topic, but then they make you take electives that have nothing to do with your degree.
Yeah.
I was in there, for like business management, and like an elective was like, oh, yoga or a stress type of management or something. I'm like, dude, like for what? And then you have the nerve to, how much did you charge me for this class that you're forcing me to take? Like,
Yeah.
you scum.
Yeah, and that is one of the huge. The prices are absurd, dude. They are so crazy.
Yeah.
I did the math on New St. Andrews if I were to pursue 6 years there, which, by the way, is a cheap private school. They're super prestigious, so it's kind of surprising that they're cheap. But for a private school, they're fairly cheap. Over 6 years, it would cost me $84,000, which is like that. Is insane.
Yes.
Insane.
Good
if I
luck
were to do
paying
6 years at Vanderbilt, it'd be $225,000, which is like, okay, I just buy a house at that point.
Exactly. Good luck paying that off. Good luck.
Yeah. Totally. So, and that's part of why, like I said, I do have the money and a plan in place where the money will be replenished.
Yes.
But I'm also starting it in such a way, like I'm starting at a community college. So I'm going to spend $1,700 this semester. $1,700 is a lot.
Yeah.
But it ain't $225,000. You know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
right.
like by the time I'm actually done with this, I'll have spent $3,400 and at least 2 years have already been knocked out of the way that I don't have to pay for now when I go to another school. You know what I mean? So that's people just they got to be wise about this stuff. And the other thing too, man, some of these schools are indoctrination. Like, would it be cool to get a philosophy degree from an Ivy League school? Sure. But I'm going to have to, take your stupid gender theories class or whatever in order to do it. I'm good. I'm straight on that. I don't need it. I don't need a degree from Penn University that bad. You know what I mean? Like, it cost me thousands of dollars just so you guys can attempt to indoctrinate me with your crap. I'm good.
Oh yeah, and they'll charge you a lot of money for that stupid class too. Gender theory, how stupid.
Yeah, I know. It was, gender theory. If you have a degree in gender theory, you have a degree in
nothing.
Word salad. Exactly.
Yeah.
Gibberish. Nonsense.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't even want to get started on that. That topic makes me angry. You don't understand, man, because where I work, I have to put up with this garbage. There's actually, oh boy, so there's a dude that thinks he's a woman, and the guy is like taller than me. He's like 6'3", built like a freaking linebacker. He's got wide shoulders. This guy, he comes in, he's got long hair, wears the makeup. I don't even know how he pulled this off, but he has breasts. But the give is when he talks. It's like, dude, you have a deep manly voice like I do, like, and you can't, like, when talking to this person, it's so hard because there's a part of me like, hello, sir, how can I help you? Because I'm security. He works there.
Right.
And it's like, I can't say that because I can get in trouble or they can request that I be removed. I can't call him miss because that goes against my convictions because I know that this is a man and I'm not going to lie. You are not a miss. And it makes me sick to my stomach that I even have to put up with this garbage. I'm just so sick of it. There's so many queers and trans weirdos at this place. Well, actually, I lied. There's one trans weirdo, but there are a few queers. But yeah, it's something I see every day at work, and I'm so sick of it, and Oh, Lord Jesus, come.
Yeah, and
Uh,
I've noticed too, it's a difficult thing to try and witness on too.
yeah.
Which, because not so much the trans thing, but the gay thing is an issue that's very near and dear to my heart, because I happen to be very close with a couple people who that either does or did pertain to. Which the did part, I mean, thank God for that, right?
Right.
But unfortunately, some of them it is still does. And it's weird, man, because there's so much balance to try and hit, right? Like Steven Anderson and his. I'll give you a perfect example of this. There's a YouTuber named Shane Dawson he's gay or bi, but he's married to a man. Um, and he self-identifies as a Christian. He's fairly conservative politically, which is interesting. And he's obviously actively living an unrepentant homosexual life, right? Now, I've heard him speak about this, and one thing that is kind of weirdly obvious is that this is a struggle for him. Now, it's a struggle he's definitely losing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be married to a man, right? But you can tell that there is a level of trepidation he has. In other words, it's not like he's butchering the text to fit his needs per se. It's more like he's like Jonah-ing it, you know what I mean? Where he's like running away from what he seems to feel convicted of in his heart. And of course, I don't know his heart, but that's what it seems like, right? That's what it appears like to me. And that becomes like, imagine witnessing to that guy, like you're his pastor. You have to, on one end, water the flower that you seem to think is there, while on the other end, making clear that you believe he's an unrepentant sin and he needs to repent of it. And then you also have to couple that with the whole salvation by grace through faith alone thing. Well, you saying I won't be saved if I never repent of this? And it's like that. And that can be a weird, complicated issue, because it's like, well, no, but also yes. Like I am saying that there is a manifest reality that Christians are changed. We are regenerated by the Holy Spirit. And you seem to be demonstrating that you haven't been. At the same time, am I saying that there is no scenario in which God could regenerate someone who struggles with homosexuality their whole life? Not necessarily, and that's up to God. It's not up to me. You know, like, could you die actively identifying as gay and be saved? It's a weird question to answer. You know what I mean?
Well, a Christian acknowledges, okay, so it's possible for a homosexual to be a Christian, but they've been convicted over it, and they're actively trying to not indulge in that.
Right.
A Christian is not someone that sits there and justifies their sin.
Right, exactly.
I believe it's possible for homosexuals to let me make that clear. A saved individual coming out of the homosexual community, so a saved homosexual, I believe it's still possible for them to have those desires and even sometimes act upon them. But I don't believe that they're going to try to fully just, say screw God and the Bible. I'm just going to go back to all, just all in with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And so it's like you have to excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. You have to, as that pastor, you have to somehow balance all of these things while not compromising at all on the conviction of Scripture. And that's, I mean, there's really no other issue like that. You know what I mean? Especially when you add the whole identity thing in, which is just something that the culture has thrust upon us. It's disgusting.
Yeah. It's a different world, even from the 90s where I grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
But
90s.
Anyway.
Make me feel young, man. I was born in 98. Stop that.
Oh, wow. I was born in 86. So, I'm getting near the prime of my life is gone. I'm going to be pushing 40. So,
Hey, you know what? Moses wasn't Moses until he was 80. So the prime of your life may be yet to come. You don't know.
hey, I'm just trying to do what I can with what I got. And it's a lot of hard work, man. I tell you, for as big as I am, as hard as I work out, dude, like, oh my gosh. I have a long way to go. I still got like another 80 pounds I want to drop off of my body. But I do feel better, but man, sometimes the pain of weightlifting itself sucks. Like my right shoulder gets sore a lot now too. Like I don't know. I think when I was doing some shoulder presses, I might have like had wrong form when I was still learning. And like maybe inside my rotator cuff, like maybe I jacked something up. Like my my right shoulder gets achy a lot now, and I never used to. And man, but yeah, everything you do in life hurts when you get older. Like I was out playing disc golf earlier today, and sometimes I feel a pain. So when I was younger, I broke my right foot twice. I broke my right foot once playing football, and the second time was quite embarrassing. I was at school in the lunch line, and the turnstile machines, like when you go into a baseball park, that you walk through them, the little thing. I was wearing a pair of jeans that had a loop on it. And as I walked through the turnstile, the loop got stuck on one of the poles on the turnstile. And so I moved forward and I fell, and my foot went inside the thing. And I broke it in like 8 places, the same foot. And so now, as I'm older, I randomly get terrible aches and pains in my right foot sometimes, to the point where I'm limping. Because those old injuries, I'm like feeling the consequence of it,
Right.
And I can imagine it's only gonna get worse as I get older. Oh my gosh.
Well, to be fair though, it's good that you're starting all that now. I mean, I'm a huge football fan.
Yeah.
And when I was a young kid, the University of Kentucky had a quarterback named Jared Lorenzen, and he was really good. But he became kind of a sideshow because he was super fat. And quarterbacks are not the big guys, right? But this dude's like offensive lineman size.
Mm.
They called him Hefty Lefty because he's a left, or Pillsbury Throw Boy was another one.
Oh, oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I really liked him. I thought because it's cool. It is a little bit of a sideshow to an extent, but it's also like, damn, dude, this guy's like a really good quarterback. Like he's and watching him run because he would scramble a little bit was like, I mean, you gonna try and tackle him? I'm not. Good luck with that. Well, unfortunately, and I don't say this to like frighten you or anything, but Mr. Lorenzen passed in 2019 due to complications because as big as he was when he played, when he stopped, it got way worse. He hit upwards of 400 pounds. Right. And the unfortunate thing about getting that big, especially once you get into your 40s, is you can start working on it and make a lot of progress and it already be too late. And that's exactly what happened to him. He started working out. He even managed to drop 100 pounds. And it just didn't matter because the dominoes that were going to lead to his heart failure were already on their way by the time he started working out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so my point in bringing that story up is to say, like, we can all have fun making fat jokes or all that other kind of stuff, but really, in reality, if you're a bigger man, woman, child, it's dangerous. It's good to work on that as soon as possible. It's you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm happy that you're doing it. I'm happy that you've gotten what you've gotten off, and that you want more. You know what I mean? Praise the Lord for that. And
yeah,
may you.
I always say if I make it to 50, I'm blessed because my father didn't make it to 50. He passed away when he was 47.
Ooh, so hear that.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of probably should have known something like that because you're not. I mean, you said 1986. So you're 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. And you've talked about your dad before, so that I guess he couldn't have been too old, right?
I was 22, I think, when my dad died, or 23. Yeah.
Man, that sucks, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that.
No, it's whatever happened,
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. And my dad wasn't as big as me either. He was the most he ever weighed was like 260. He used to play football too.
Mhm.
But me, I'm huge, man. I'm like 340. You know what I mean?
Now or at the start?
No, now like I was like 350. I lost some weight, but yeah, dude, like I'm way bigger than my dad ever was.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm trying to get down to like a solid 210. You know,
How tall are you?
almost 6'2". I'm 6'1.5".
Yeah, 210 at 6'2" could definitely be, or 6'1.5".
Yeah.
If you're carrying it right, that can be pretty cut.
Right. Right.
Um, I'm trying to hit 210, but I'm only 5'10", so that will be. Um, I should be fairly ripped if I hit that.
Right.
But you know what's crazy, man? Speaking of this whole working out thing, I'm going in the exact opposite direction of you. When me and you started talking back in 2021, I was 140 pounds, tiny little shrimpy dude. And I don't know, it must be visible to some extent, but I've put on 50 pounds since then working
Really?
out. Yeah, I'm
Oh.
190 now.
Oh.
Intentional though. It's all been intentional, right? It's been through proper eating and working out.
Right.
And I brought that up to my doctor the other day, and she kind of laughed. She's like, "I think that you might have been like maybe potentially starving when you were 140 pounds." And it's like, yeah, I mean, possibly. I didn't eat very much, maybe like once a day. Um, but it's just interesting to me, man. Like that kind of a change, and I still, because I'm not that big. You know what I mean? Like I could do the whole thing, but it's really not super impressive. I just kind of look like a regular human. So like that's why I kind of came to the conclusion. Like I think 210, maybe another 20 pounds
Yeah.
might be solid. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to be too ripped. You start looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger look gross. You know what I mean? Like your veins are like bulging out of your forehead. I don't know. I think that looks weird. But I want to be big enough that I can be athletic. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he did the bodybuilding competitions, where they go on stage and they do the different poses and stuff. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
he had to be really cut. Yeah, I agree that like that's doing too much. Like that is not like something that's realistic in maintaining over a long run because I mean you literally have to be in the gym like all day, every day, and do not like he used to tell stories. He used to break into the gym in the middle of the night when it was closed or early in the morning just to get a few extra arm curls in. And like that's how obsessed he was with it. I mean, and you literally that's all that you literally have to dedicate like all of your time pretty much to just being in the gym and trying to shock your muscles to maintain that kind of physique. It's like really unrealistic like to do. Which is why people that usually get into those competitions only do it for a few years because I mean you won't have a life.
Yeah. Well, and the interesting thing with that too, because that is very true. Um, and it's unnatural too, right? Like I remember I was talking to my little brother the other day, and if you're familiar with Tim Tebow, the quarterback, one of the things that shocks a lot of people about Tebow is that he's the same height as Schwarzenegger was when he won Mr. Universe, and he's actually 25 pounds heavier. Now, if you looked at the two, Tebow's huge. He's a ripped dude. He looks like if he punched you, your head might pop. But Schwarzenegger looks like a monster. You know what I mean? And so it's like, how is it possible? Obviously, people have different body types, but how is it possible that he outweighs you by 25 pounds and he's the same height and you actually look bigger and more cut and all that other kind of stuff? And the answer is, well, there's a couple. Schwarzenegger was on a little bit of steroids. He's recently revealed. But more importantly than that is, when you're an athlete, like an actual athlete, you have to have a level of real strength, not just show strength or gym strength, right? Because you have to run through another human being. You also have to run fairly fast. You got to be quick. All these other kind of things, right? You have to be more practical. It's not practical to the same level as say like an archer from back in the day, but it's practical to an extent, right? And so you put on much more organic, so to speak, weight and organic muscle. And so even though you're bigger, you don't look as big because it's more natural. You're doing things like the carbo loading and creatine and heavy protein, curls and bench presses and stuff like that, and athletes tend to live a really long time also as a result. They're healthy, they live a long time, and they look overall better. And they're also probably more powerful and faster and all those other kinds of things. A lot of bodybuilders die in their 30s because the constant dehydration and the constant taking of weird chemicals, and sometimes including steroids, the stress you put on your body by constantly working out nonstop, it damages people hardcore. And so you'll get these dudes, like I said, they're just 35 years old. They seem perfectly healthy. All of a sudden they have a heart attack. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, the dude's been dehydrated going on 15 years and he's got so much body, you know what I mean? Like, right? And so, like, of course he did.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of these, football, baseball, basketball, these guys, these actual athletes live up into their 80s and 90s. Willie Mays just died at 93. It's because being an athlete is real body work, whereas bodybuilding is all just, it's dangerous, really. You shouldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, CJ, it's almost 4:30 in the morning, so I think I'm going to start shutting this down.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we've been off topic for 25 minutes, so.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it was a cordial conversation. It was good and stuff, and I hope you can see my perspective as I've tried to see yours and see where you're coming from with things, and I respect you as a person. I love you as a human being, and I think you are a Christian, but I think you're really wrong about God determining everything. And I mean, I'm confident that if you really keep studying this stuff, and I'll keep studying too, I am confident that you will come out of it. And I'm actually going through Dave Hunt's book, What Love Is This?
Mm-hmm.
And he's been bringing up some really interesting things about history that I didn't know. Essentially, Augustine was just a demon. This guy was just an absolute disgusting pig madman, and greatly influenced Calvin. And Calvin did some horrible things in Geneva. But anyway, the more I look into the history of where this philosophy and stuff came from, the more I'm convinced it's not from God. And there's a lot of Calvinists that are ignorant of where it came from, and so. I don't know. As I get more, I plan on doing a full-length documentary on Augustine. It's going to be really in-depth, probably over 2 hours long. I'm going to try to get some actual scholars that have studied Augustine to come out and talk about it too. I want it to be as professional as possible, but that's my goal in the next year or so. I want to put together a thorough, really good documentary about Augustine, because he is the godfather of determinism. So. Yeah. So that's, but yeah, just keep studying, and I'm going to keep studying, and I'm convinced that, you'll come out of it. And if I'm wrong, I'll come out of what I'm in. But I'm really convinced I'm not wrong on this issue, but we'll see. But anyway, thanks for joining, CJ, and thanks for everyone that stuck around in the chat to listen. We lost a few viewers. We had more earlier, but yeah. But thanks.
Yeah. Just as parting thoughts, I'll say I won't comment too much, just so we don't open a new wormhole, rabbit trail, whatever. Wormhole. Never heard that saying in my life. I know it's a thing, but anyways, but I'll just say, obviously, I do appreciate these conversations. You can pretty much guarantee just about any time that you want to have a conversation, we'll make it work, Lord willing. Because these are it's not often that you get to have in-depth conversations that are both interesting to people and edifying to people. I was reading some of the comments there, and on both sides, it seems like people were enjoying it, which is good.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very necessary thing. I am obviously, I guess rather obviously, my confidence goes a little bit the other direction. However, the great thing about being Christians is one day the both of us will happily know 100% who was right.
Who was right? Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. And it won't even be one of those like, darn, man, ego and all this other kind of stuff. It'll just be like, oh, awesome. Well, thank you, Jesus. I appreciate you informing us on what is correct. And we're going to go on.
And I would say, if I am wrong, in New Heaven and New Earth, I will apologize to the Reformed people for attacking their theology. But if you guys are wrong, I expect an apology. I expect an admission that I was wrong.
That's a deal.
Good. But hopefully you'll come to that conclusion before then. But
Anyway, it was a pleasure talking to you, brother. God bless you.
All right. Take care, CJ. All right, guys. God bless. Until next time. See you later.